Surabaya, a modern city that still preserves its local wisdom and culture. The health sector in Surabaya is one that is experiencing significant growth. This is marked by the presence of Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Surabaya, or known as Polkesbaya. Polkesbaya is an educational institution that was formed on November 12, 2001. The campuses are located in various regions in East Java. With high enthusiasm to realize the vision of becoming a reference for higher education in the health sector that has morality and integrity with global quality excellence by 2025. In order to achieve this vision, we take concrete steps through three primary missions. 1. Implementing the integration of the three dharma of higher education to promote the growth of knowledge, morality, integrity, and competence for global quality. 2. Implementing organizational governance and human resources that is credible, accountable, transparent, and measurable. 3. Developing collaboration and community empowerment in the area of the three dharma of higher education, both in domestic and international.
Welcome to Polkesbaya. We are committed to generate health workers who are competent, qualified, and ready to contribute in the healthcare industry. Polkesbaya provides facilities for students to apply their knowledge in real-world situations so that they can develop the clinical and social skills needed in the professional world.
As an effort to improve health services in Indonesia, Polkesbaya provides 7 majors and 22 study programs consisting of 14 Diploma 3, 6 Applied Bachelors, and 2 Professional Education. Polkesbaya also runs the International Class of Nursing program. Polkesbaya also presents more than 200 lecturers with master and doctoral degree and more than 200 educational staffs led by 1 director and supported by a deputy director and 7 department heads to meet the demands of the students whose numbers continue to increase every year. Many Polkesbaya graduates have pursued careers as professional health workers both in Indonesia and abroad, like Japan, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Germany. Polkesbaya collaborates with various organizations to support the three dharma of higher education, involving Ministry of Health Vertical Hospital, Regional Public Hospital, Private Hospital, Regency or city government, state-owned enterprises, private enterprises, school, state and private universities, and international universities. Polkesbaya continues to improve by providing various facilities to unlock student potential, including integrated library, integrated laboratory, fitness center, ambulance, mobile dental unit, dormitory, sport facilities, and student activity units. Polkesbaya always coming up with new ideas to provide better services. The innovations that have been implemented are Siakat, Academic Information System, Ningbaya, E-Learning Polkesbaya, Sielea, Electronic Legalization Information System, Sikobaya, Polkesbaya Online Attendance Information System, and Simpus Jamu, Quality Assurance Management Information System. Polkesbaya's Ban PT accreditation status is very good, and over 25% of its study programs have an A or excellent. In addition, Polkesbaya has received ISO 2101-2018 certification regarding the implementation of educational operational management systems, and also received an award from the Minister of Health as Poltekkes with the best research. Polkesbaya is ready to move toward international accreditation as an effort toward global quality. In order to provide appreciation for outstanding students, Polkesbaya offers covering scholarship for the low-income communities, student achievement scholarship, and scholarship provided by the central and regional governments.
Join us and be a part of the Indonesian's future professional experts. Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Surabaya toward global quality.
Behind the city lights, within the constant rhythm of human activity, lies a hidden threat, small in size, but great in impact: pests. In office buildings, restaurants, hotels, and even urban homes, pests quietly find their way in. Rats crawl through unseen passages, cockroaches hide in drains, mosquitoes breed in tiny puddles, and termites slowly weaken structures from within. They don't choose where to live. As long as the environment allows, pests will always find a way to survive. That's why pest control is an essential part of modern urban life. It's not just about cleanliness, it's about protecting health, comfort, and reputation in every corner of the city. ASFAMI, the Indonesian Pest Control Association, stands at the forefront of this mission. We ensure every pest control practice is professional, safe, and sustainable. Through training, education, and certification, we empower experts and businesses to use modern technology, eco-friendly methods, and uphold ethical standards. We also educate communities to understand that pest management is
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Surabaya. Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan mempunyai 3 program studi. Program studi sanitasi, program Diploma 3, Kampus Surabaya. Program studi sanitasi, program Diploma 3, Kampus Magetan. Program studi sanitasi lingkungan, program Sarjana Terapan.
Di setiap sudut kota, sanitasi memainkan peran penting dalam mencegah penyebaran penyakit di lingkungan perkotaan dan memastikan setiap individu memiliki akses ke lingkungan yang bersih dan sehat. Tanpa sanitasi yang memadai, berbagai ancaman kesehatan akan mudah menyerang, mulai dari penyakit menular, wabah yang meluas, hingga menurunnya kualitas hidup masyarakat. Oleh karena itu, upaya peningkatan sanitasi bukan hanya tugas satu pihak, tetapi tanggung jawab kita semua. Program Studi Sanitasi, Program Diploma 3 Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, hadir sebagai garda depan dalam mencetak tenaga profesional yang siap berkontribusi dalam menjaga dan meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat. Bersama, kami percaya bahwa sanitasi adalah kunci utama untuk mewujudkan lingkungan yang sehat, aman, dan berkelanjutan. Kami, Ketua Program Studi Sanitasi, Program Diploma 3, Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Kompetensi lulusan Prodi Sanitasi adalah pelaksana sanitasi, komunikator sanitasi, inspektor sanitasi, serta asisten peneliti. Kompetensi dari lulusan Prodi Sanitasi Program Diploma 3 adalah pelaksana kegiatan kesehatan lingkungan, penyuluh dan pelaksana inspeksi. Terletak di pusat kota Surabaya, tepatnya di Jalan Menur 118. Program Studi Sanitasi Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya memiliki sejarah panjang dalam pendidikan kesehatan lingkungan. Berdiri sejak 1 Januari 1961. Program ini awalnya dikenal dengan nama Akademi Penilik Kesehatan Surabaya. Pada tahun 1976, lembaga ini berevolusi menjadi Akademi Penilik Kesehatan Teknologi Sanitasi atau APKTS. Di tahun 1992, nama program berubah lagi menjadi Pendidikan Ahli Madya Sanitasi Kesehatan Lingkungan atau PAM-SKL. Hingga akhirnya pada tahun 1993 menjadi Akademi Kesehatan Lingkungan. Sejak tahun 2001, program studi sanitasi menjadi bagian dari jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Terus berkembang untuk memenuhi kebutuhan tenaga sanitasi yang kompeten dan profesional. Dengan visi untuk menghasilkan tenaga ahli madya yang memiliki moralitas dan integritas, serta keunggulan kompetitif di bidang sanitasi perkotaan pada tahun 2025, kami berkomitmen untuk membentuk lulusan yang siap menghadapi tantangan lingkungan perkotaan yang semakin kompleks. Peran tenaga sanitasi sangat penting, terutama dalam menjalankan 3 tugas utama. Sebagai pelaksana kegiatan kesehatan lingkungan, pelaksana penyuluhan, dan pelaksana inspeksi di berbagai sektor, mulai dari pemukiman, industri, hingga fasilitas umum. Program studi sanitasi yang didukung oleh dosen-dosen yang berpengalaman yang tidak hanya berperan sebagai pengajar, aktif sebagai pemateri dalam seminar dan workshop, dosen data sharing, surveyor subrayon perguruan tinggi, serta memiliki kontribusi ilmiah berupa publikasi nasional dan internasional, serta hak cipta. Program studi sanitasi program Diploma 3 juga aktif dalam penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat, sesuai roadmap visi dan keilmuan. Para pengajar juga berkontribusi dalam penelitian-penelitian inovatif di bidang sanitasi dan kesehatan lingkungan, serta terlibat langsung dalam program pengabdian yang membantu meningkatkan kualitas sanitasi di masyarakat. Keberhasilan program studi ini juga diakui melalui berbagai penghargaan yang telah diraih. Penghargaan ini adalah bukti nyata dari komitmen kami dalam menyediakan pendidikan berkualitas tinggi, serta kontribusi kami dalam dunia kesehatan lingkungan. Saat ini, program studi kami memiliki 234 mahasiswa. Dalam proses belajar mengajar, mahasiswa diajarkan berbagai mata kuliah penting seperti penyehatan air, penyehatan udara, penyehatan makanan dan minuman, pengolahan sampah, serta pengendalian vektor dan binatang pengganggu. Mata kuliah ini dirancang untuk memberikan pemahaman komprehensif tentang sanitasi yang mendukung kesehatan masyarakat. Pembelajaran di program studi ini dilakukan tidak hanya melalui teori di ruang kelas, tetapi juga melalui praktik di laboratorium dan workshop. Mahasiswa kami juga mendapatkan pengalaman langsung melalui praktek lapangan yang memperkuat kemampuan mereka dalam menghadapi masalah kesehatan lingkungan di dunia nyata. Mahasiswa terus didorong untuk mengembangkan karakter melalui berbagai kegiatan seperti PPSM, LDKM, serta keterlibatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa. Kurikulum terus direview untuk menyesuaikan dengan perkembangan sanitasi dan kesehatan lingkungan. Mahasiswa program studi sanitasi tak hanya unggul dalam bidang akademik, tetapi juga aktif berprestasi di berbagai kompetisi lokal dan nasional. Penghargaan yang diraih dalam berbagai ajang, mulai dari karya tulis ilmiah, debat kesehatan lingkungan, hingga lomba olahraga dan kesenian. Prestasi ini mencerminkan semangat dan dedikasi mahasiswa kami dalam mengembangkan potensi mereka di berbagai bidang. Untuk mendukung keberhasilan akademik, kami juga menyediakan bimbingan akademik dan konseling. Setiap mahasiswa didampingi oleh dosen pembimbing yang siap memberikan arahan dan solusi atas berbagai tantangan selama masa studi. Setiap mahasiswa yang telah menyelesaikan program studi ini wajib mengikuti uji kompetensi nasional. Hasil uji kompetensi ini menjadi tolak ukur untuk memastikan lulusan kami siap bekerja secara profesional di bidang kesehatan lingkungan. Program studi sanitasi Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya dilengkapi dengan sarana dan prasarana yang mendukung proses pembelajaran, termasuk ruang kelas yang nyaman, laboratorium lengkap, workshop, serta ruang dosen dan ruang penunjang lainnya yang memadai. Lulusan kami telah berhasil berkontribusi di berbagai bidang kesehatan lingkungan, baik di instansi pemerintah, swasta maupun organisasi internasional. Testimoni mereka adalah bukti nyata dari kualitas pendidikan yang kami tawarkan di Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya.
Kompetensi yang saya terima selama kuliah sangat mendukung pekerjaan saya saat ini sebagai Director of Sales and Marketing.
Saat ini bekerja di Curtin University sebagai Associate Lecturer, dan kompetensi yang saya dapatkan di Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan sangat membantu saya dalam berkembang dan bekerja. Terima kasih.
Saya bekerja di RSPAL Dr. Ramelan. Kompetensi yang saya dapatkan pada saat kuliah sangat mendukung pekerjaan saya sebagai sanitarian di RSPAL Dr. Ramelan. Maju terus program studi jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan.
Saat ini saya menjabat sebagai Asisten Vice Presiden di salah satu departemen di PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. Saya bangga sekali menjadi salah satu lulusan di program studi sanitasi Diploma 3 jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan, yang mana banyak sekali kompetensi-kompetensi yang saya dapatkan selama di bangku perkuliahan yang menunjang pekerjaan saya saat ini. Saya bangga menjadi alumni program studi sanitasi Diploma 3 jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan Surabaya. Sukses untuk kita semua.
Salah satu pengguna lulusan program studi sanitasi lingkungan Diploma 3 Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Lulusan tersebut tersebar di Dinas Kesehatan Kota Surabaya, 63 puskesmas dan 3 rumah sakit milik pemerintah Kota Surabaya. Kompetensi lulusan tersebut sangat mendukung pekerjaan dan program di instansi kami sehingga terciptanya lingkungan yang sehat di Kota Surabaya.
Bersama kami, jadilah generasi yang menjaga kebersihan lingkungan dan meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui sanitasi yang baik.
Mari bergabung bersama di jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Environmental Health 2025, hosted by the Department of Environmental Health, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Before we officially start this event, allow me to briefly remind you of a few important seminar rules. First, we kindly ask all participants to complete the attendance registration through the link provided by the committee in the WhatsApp group and chat room. Second, participants, please ensure your full name and institution are correctly displayed on your Zoom profile. Third, during the presentation, please keep your microphone muted and only unmute when invited by the moderator. You may use the raise hand feature or the chat room to ask questions. Fourth, please do not record or share any presentation materials without permission from the speakers or the organizing committee. And lastly, we kindly ask everyone to maintain professionalism and respect throughout the seminar, especially during discussions and Q&A session. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
To the International Conference on Environmental Health, a global scientific forum bringing together scholars, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers united by one commitment: advancing environmental health for the well-being of humanity. Hosted by Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, this conference serves as a platform for exchanging knowledge, presenting scientific innovations, and building collaborative networks across countries and disciplines. As the world faces the growing challenges of climate change, air pollution, emerging environmental disease, and environmental degradation, collective action and global collaboration have never been more essential. Through groundbreaking research presentations, scientific discussions, and international partnerships, together we ignite transformative ideas and evidence-based solutions to protect our environment and strengthen global public health system. Let us build a future that is healthier, greener, safer, and more sustainable for generations to come. Welcome to the conference. Together, we elevate global excellence in environmental health.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, Lutfi Rusyadi, SKM, MHKS, MSc. Honorable keynote and invited speakers from Australia, Japan, and Indonesia, dear lecturers, students, and all participants online. Next, I would like to express my gratitude to our sponsor from DPD Aspami Jatim. Your contribution has truly helped us organize this seminar successfully. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Monica Setiawan, your Master of Ceremony who will be guiding today's event. Today's International Conference on Environmental Health brings together experts, practitioners from various countries to share insights, exchange ideas, and meaningful collaboration under the theme Readiness of Environmental Health Services in Preventing Diseases Caused by Air Pollution in Urban Areas. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, let me read today's agenda. First, opening ceremony. Second, traditional dance performance, Kembang Pasuruan Dance. Third, singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and the Poltekkes Kemenkes March. Fourth, report from the committee chairperson. Fifth, welcome speech and official opening by the director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Sixth, opening prayer. Seventh, keynote and invited speaker session. Keynote speaker with the first sub-theme, Surveillance of Air Sanitation in Urban Areas as a reference in designing disease risk mitigation programs. Invited speaker 1 with the second sub-theme, Ultrafine Particles in Urban Air, Hidden Risk for Cardiovascular Health. Invited speaker 2 with the third sub-theme, The Readiness of Air Health Technology and Human Resources or environmental sanitation staff in preventing and overcoming air pollution in urban areas. Eighth, Q&A and discussion for each session. Ninth, coffee break and duhur prayer. 10th, parallel session. 11th, announcement of best paper and best presenter. And lastly, closing ceremony. To open today's event, please welcome the traditional Kembang Pasuruan dance performed by the Environmental Health Student Activity Unit of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya.
Pasuruan, oh kotaku, lestarilah indah, ucap atur sembah kula.
Sejahtera rakyatku, ragam lestari budayaku, maju terus seni tradisiku.
sejahtera dan bahagia bergembira.
Pasuruan, Pasuruan
menawan,
tercandu-candu
menawan hati,
indah dan asri,
agakkan unik dengan cerita, merajut kisah sahabat kita bersama. Lestarilah sejahtera, oh Pasuruan.
Now, may I invite all participants to put your right hand on the left chest and listen to the Indonesian national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by the Poltekkes Kemenkes March.
Indonesia kebangsaan profesional mendunia. Semangat juang tak pernah padam untuk kesehatan bangsa. Siap melangkah untuk berbakti di Dharma sebagai pedoman kami. Membangun hidup berdiri tak pernah henti untuk Indonesia tercinta. Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia siap mengabdi nusa dan bangsa. Berbudi luhur, berakhlak berbudaya, berbakti demi tugas mulia. Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia bekerja profesional mendunia. Semangat juang tak pernah padam untuk kesehatan bangsa. Siap melangkah untuk berbakti di Dharma sebagai pedoman kami. Membangun hidup berdiri tak pernah henti untuk Indonesia tercinta. Poltekkes Kemenkes hebat, Indonesia sehat.
We now invite Ms. Sri Anggraini, SKM MKes, Chairperson of the 2025 International Seminar Committee, to deliver her report.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Distinguished esteemed keynote speaker, invite speaker, dedicated panelists, presenters, and all their participants from across the globe. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I stand before you today as the chairman of this pivotal event. On behalf of the entire organization committee, I extend of heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. Today, November 11, 2025, marks the beginning of the 5th International Conference on Environmental Health, or ICHOE. This significant gathering brings together leading experts, innovation research, and dedicated practitioners from various corners of the world to collaboratively address one of the most critical environmental and public health challenges of our contemporary era. Our aim is to foster a rich environment for learning, discussion, and forgive of new pathways in environmental health. The core theme for this year's conference is profoundly critical and timely: the readiness of environmental health service in preventing disease due to air pollution in urban areas. As our global population increasingly concentrates in urban centers, so the complexities of environmental health issues. Among these, air pollution stands out as a pervasive, silent, yet devastating threat to human well-being. This theme underscores our collective responsibility to rigorously assess, strategically sanction, and continuously innovate our existing environmental health service. Our ultimate goal is to effectively combat the detrimental impacts of polluted air, ensuring healthier living conditions for all inhabitants of our cities. For the course of this enriching conference, we will delve into 3 pivotal areas, the areas central to our overarching theme and crucial for advancing environmental health practice. Firstly, we will embark on an exploration of surveillance of air sanitation in urban area of reference is the Senior Disease Risk Mitigation Program. This discussion will highlight the indispensable role of robust monitoring system, advanced data analysis, and proactive policy development in crafting effective strategies to safeguard public health from atmospheric hazards. Next, our attention returns to ultrafine particles in urban air. Hidden risk for cardiovascular health. Decision promise to shed light on the insidious dangers posed by this microscopic pollutant. Ultrafine particles, often unseen, are increasingly recognized for their profound and often underappreciated effects on cardiovascular system, necessitating a deeply understanding and urgent action. Finally, we will critically address the readiness of air health technology and human resource environmental sanitation steps in preventing and overcoming air pollution in urban area. This topic impassioned the urgency for not only advanced technology solution, but also a will strength competent and resilient workforce within environmental sanitation to implement and manage this crucial intervention effectively. These carefully selected topics are designed to foster comprehensive discussion, stimulate innovation ideas, and encourage interdisciplinary collaboration among all participants. We are incredibly fortunate and honored to have an exceptional lineup of speakers who are pioneers in their respective fields. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Fabi Dwi Rahmadi, PhD, from Griffith University, Australia, will share invaluable insight from his intensive research and experience. We are also privileged to host two highly respected speakers, Dr. Engineering Muhammad Amin, ST Magister Engineering from the Faculty of Geoscience and Civil Engineering, Kanazawa University, Japan, and Dr. Kambali ST MPPM from the Polytechnic of Health, Ministry of Health, Surabaya. Their diverse expertise and perspective will adaptly enrich our discourse and provide new direction for future work. It is our sincerest hope that this fifth International Conference on Environmental Health will serve not only as a frequent platform for exchange of knowledge and professional networking, but also as a catalyst for generating actionable recommendation and innovative solutions. Together, we can collectively drive forward the critical agenda for cleaner air and healthier urban environments around the world. My profound gratitude goes to the entire organization committee for this tireless effort in bringing this conference to fruition, to our esteemed speaker for their willingness to share their invaluable contribution, and to all participation for your active engagement and commitment. May this fifth International Conference on Environmental Health be a resounding success, and may we all gain immense knowledge and aspiration for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sri Anggraini, SKM MKes. Next, we will hear the welcome speech and official opening remarks from the Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi, SKM, MHakes, MSc.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, keynote speakers, Dr. Febi Dwi Rahmadi, PhD, Griffith University, Australia. Invite speaker, Dr. Engineering Insinyur Muhammad Amin, ST, Master Engineering, Kanazawa University, Japan. Invite speaker, Dr. Hambali ST, MPPM, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, Indonesia. Respected college, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the International Conference on Environment Health 2025, hosted by Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. It is my great honor and privilege to stand before you today to officially open this important event. On behalf of our institution, I extend my warmest greeting to all participants, researchers, educators, policymakers, practitioners, and students who have gathered here from across Indonesia and around the world. This year, our conference carries a timely and crucial theme: the readiness of environmental health services in preventing disease due to air pollution in urban areas. This theme reflects a growing global concern, the intersection between rapid urbanization, deterioration air quality, and rising burden of pollution-related disease, including heart disease, in accordance with the leading center for education at Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, namely cardiac health. Ladies and gentlemen, urban air pollution is no longer a distant threat. It is a daily reality for billions of people. Cities across the globe, including in Indonesia, are expanding rapidly with increasing transportation demand, industrial activities, and energy consumption. As a result, urban air quality has become one of the most pressing environmental health challenges of our time. The World Health Organization estimates that exposure to air pollution causes millions of premature deaths every year, primarily from heart disease, stroke, chronic respiratory illness, and lung cancer. In many urban areas, the air we breathe has become a silent but deadly killer, affecting not only human health but also social and economic productivity. In this context, the role of environmental health services become critical. Readiness in terms of infrastructure, human resources, technology, and policy coordination determines how effectively we can preventing and mitigate the impact of air pollution. Environmental health services are, in many ways, the frontline defenders of public health in urban environment. Distinguished participants, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya deeply committed to supporting research, education, and innovation in field of environmental health. Through conferences like this, we aim to foster collaboration among scientists, health professionals, and policymakers to share evidence, experiences, and strategies that can strengthen environmental health system. The readiness we are discussing today is not only about preparedness, but also adaptability. urban health system must evolve in response to the dynamic nature of environmental risks. This includes developing effective air quality monitoring system, improving surveillance of pollution-related disease, enhancing risk communication, and promoting community participation. We also need strong intersectoral collaboration between health, environment, transportation, energy sector to ensure that policy are coherent and preventive rather than reactive. Air pollution does not recognize boundaries, and therefore our response must be integrated, inclusive, and global. Before I close, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee for their hard work, to our keynote speakers for sharing their expertise, and to all delegates who have traveled for to join us today. Your participation is a testament to our collective dedication to advancing environmental health, both Indonesia and globally. With that, I am honored to officially declare the International Conference on Environmental Health 2025 open. May this event be filled with fruitful discussion, inspiring ideas, and strong collaboration that lead us toward cleaner air, healthier cities, and a more sustainable future. Thank you very much and welcome to Surabaya.
Thank you, Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi, SKM, MHKS, MSc. Next, let us begin with a prayer led by Mr. Yudo Fitrian Widodo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellently, Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi, SKM MHKS MSc. Honorable Head of Environmental Health Department, Mr. Irwan Sulistyo, SKM MSI, and the managers of the Environmental Health Department. Honorable of the speaker who have attended today. Honorable Mr. Mrs. Lecturer who have been present. Unforgettable all friends of international conference participants that I am proud of. Before starting this event, let us for a moment bow our heads, hearts, and soul to God Almighty, to us His pleasure for what we are going to do here. I will bring prayers according to Islam, and for those of other religion pray according to their respective religions and beliefs. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwini amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yang bahi li jalili wahjika wa asmi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana wa la tahmil alaina isran kama hamaltahu alal ladzina min qablina. Rabbana wa la tuhamilna ma la taqulana bih wa'fu anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana farsurna alal qaumil kafirin. Rabbana fir lana walil walidaina walil jami'i muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Ya Allah, allow us today to hold the International Conference of Environmental Health with the theme Readiness of Environmental Health Services in Preventing Disease Caused by Air Pollution in Urban Areas. Ya Allah, make this event a useful assembly of knowledge as a generator of enthusiasm for us and beneficial for the progress of our nation. Ya Allah, Enlighten our hearts with the light of your guidance as you have enlightened the heart of your previous servant. Ya Allah, open our chests and make it easy for us to gain knowledge. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Yudo Fitrian Widodo, for leading this opening prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will move on to our first session. The moderator for our first session is Ms. Ernita Sari, SST, MKL, a lecturer at the Department of Environmental Health, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, actively engaged in research and publication in environmental health and air quality. Now, we invite Ms. Ernita Sari, SST MKL, to guide this session and introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Feby Dwi Rahmadi, SKM, MSc, PhD from Griffith University, Australia. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, Miss Monica. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon us all. Before we begin, allow me to respectfully address our distinguished guest, the Honorable Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi, SKM MHKes MSc, the Honorable Keynote Speaker and invited speakers, the respectable Chair of the 5th International Conference on Environmental Health, and all distinguished participants from various institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here with us today, for your presence, your commitment, and your passion in advancing this important field. Today, we come together not only to learn, but also to contribute to global progress in environmental health. I am Ernita Sari as the moderator today. Before we begin our keynote session, please allow me to briefly inform you of the session guidelines. The keynote speaker will deliver a 45 minutes presentation, which will be followed by a 10 minutes question and answer session. We kindly ask all participants to keep your microphones muted during the presentation and to address your questions during the discussion segment at the end of the session. In this session, we will delve into a highly relevant and pressing topic that centers on protecting public health within the context of rapidly urbanizing environments. The keynote presentation, with the title Enhancing Environmental Health Readiness for Urban Air Pollution, Lessons from Australia. We'll discuss how urban air quality profoundly influences disease transmission, population health outcomes, and the development of future public health strategies. While today's presentation focuses on environmental health readiness, it is also important to note that urban air pollution has been widely associated with an increased risk of non-communicable diseases, particularly cardiovascular diseases, a reminder of how critical clean air is to overall population health. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Feby Dwi Rahmadi, PhD from Griffith University, Australia. Mr. Feby Dwi Rahmadi is a senior lecturer in global health at the School of Medicine and Dentistry, Griffith University. In addition to his academic roles, Mr. Feby also serves as the program coordinator for Indonesia at the Center for Environment and Population Health and as the coordinator of the risk communication, emergency management, and adapting climate change for Health Consortium. Mr. Febi holds a PhD School of Environment and a Master of Science in Public Health from Griffith University and a Bachelor of Public Health in Epidemiology from the University of Indonesia. His expertise spans collaborative governance, disaster preparedness and response, community resilience, global health systems, and emergency risk communication. He has led and co-led multiple international research and capacity building programs funded by organizations including the Australian Awards, WHO, the FAT, USAID, and Grand Challenges Canada, with project values reaching millions of dollars. Mr. Febi has 30 extensive publication records in reputable international journals covering environmental health, climate resilience, community engagement, and pandemic response strategies. Throughout his distinguished career, Mr. Febi has received several notable recognitions for his academic and professional excellence. In 2008, he was awarded the Australian Public Health Leadership Fellowship Award, as well as the Griffith University Student Excellence Award for his outstanding academic achievements. More recently, in 2024, he received the Griffith University Teaching Award in recognition of his exceptional dedication and innovation in public health education. Mr. Febi Dwi Rahmadi is also actively engaged in academic and community service. He serves as an editorial member for several reputable journals, including the International Journal of Disaster Management, the Indonesian Journal of Health Administration, and the Epidemiology Periodical Journal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Febi Dwi Rahmadi, PhD. Good morning, Mr. Febi Dwi Rahmadi.
Hello, good morning.
Mr. Febi, okay, good morning. Then Mr. Febi Dwi Rahmadi, PhD, the time is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the warm introductions. I don't think you need to read all those CV, but it's okay. Thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Okay. Could you please allow me to share my screen? Okay, cool. All right. I believe you can see my screen. Can I please confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, yes, sir. We can see your screen.
A very good morning and a good afternoon from Brisbane, Australia. So it's almost well, it's actually still morning. It's 11:49 a.m. in the morning, so still morning. Thank you so much for inviting me in this important session. Thank you, Pak Director Lutfi Rushadi, and also please allow me I think there will be another two speakers coming after me, Pak Muhammad Amin and also Pak Kambali. Please allow me to share my limited knowledge in this topic. This topic is really, really important, not only for Indonesia, basically like what Pak Director already mentioned. So this is actually a global issue, a global challenges, air pollution. In Australian context, that's why I spoke to Mas Ferdi in relation to the topic that I would like to share. There are a lot of things that we can actually also share in the context of Australia. Australia is a developed country that is still developing. Yeah, so it is a developed country in relation to the income and the growth level, the economic growth level of the country. This, however, Australia is still developing. So there are a lot of issues in relation to air pollution as well in Australian context. and there are a lot of things that we can basically learn from Australian context as well. Probably is not like directly can be adopted in the context of Indonesia, because whatever happened in Indonesia is more complex, because Indonesia, we have 27 million people, right? 270 million people. In Australia, we only have about 27 million people. So Indonesia has 10 times more population in context of in comparison to Australia. So, but despite all those things, so there are a lot of things we can also share in the context of Australia. Thank you so much for listening to these presentations, and hopefully you will enjoy my presentations. And at the end of my slide, there will be also my email address as well. So for those who would like to collaborate, like to discuss anything related to public health, climate change, air pollution, happy to collaborate as well. So let me start by this slide. So this is just to set the context. I think during introduction we have already we have heard about the impact of air pollution in the context of public health, in the context of our health, right? So according to WHO, as you can see in this slide, so 99% of world population lives in areas where air pollution exceed safe limits. So later on in my presentation, there will be also a guideline from WHO in relation to the threshold of the pollution. So that means almost everyone on the planet is breathing air that can harm their health, including every one of us who are attending this Zoom meeting. So every year, about 6.7 million premature deaths. So premature death means people who die or pass away before the expected life expectancy of that particular country, right? And all these 6.7 million premature deaths are linked to air pollutions, both outdoor and also indoor air pollution as well, household sources. So to put into perspective, so air pollution kills more people annually than road accidents, malaria, HIV/AIDS combined. So air pollution is as have mentioned in the introduction, is a silent killer. So outdoor air pollution alone, so we're looking at outdoor air pollution, so it's about 4.2 million premature deaths back in 2019. So mainly from heart disease, stroke, what else? Lung cancer and respiratory infections. And whenever I talk about air pollution, lung cancer, it is also a personal thing for me, because my own father passed away back in 2022 because of lung cancer, and he wasn't a smoker. He never smoked a single cigarette. He lived in Jakarta and he got lung cancer, right, and passed away in 2022. And these numbers are not statistic. Okay, so they're real. They represent real lives. Yeah, and families are affected, including myself, right? So, in the context of Australia, the air pollutions become more persistent due to climate factors, especially in relation to bushfires. So therefore later on, for those who have been to Australia, so Australia, we don't have forest fire, but we do have bushfire, which is actually the same, right? And back in 2019, 2020, the smoke blanketed major cities like Sydney, Canberra for weeks, so pushing air quality to hazardous levels. And globally, of course, we look at New Delhi in India, Jakarta. I'm not sure about Surabaya, but I think Surabaya is the second largest city in Indonesia. So I believe air pollution maybe is an issue as well in Surabaya, and also maybe Beijing. So they regularly experience PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5 concentrations, many times higher than WHO guidelines. So which put millions into risks. So the key message from this first slide is air pollution is silent killer, and addressing it is a critical for global health security. So moving to our second slide. So here is the screen that I think I took this from the Nature publication, so which is one of the top journal in the globe. And so this chart gives us a deeper look at how air pollution risks is distributed globally. So if you can have a look at the top, okay, at the top you can see the global picture. Almost the entire world population falls into categories of moderate to hazardous risks. So if you look at the slide, so very few regions have air quality considered safe by WHO standard. So if you look at the middle section, so that South Asia, including India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and also Sub-Saharan Africa, have the largest population exposed to unsafe or hazardous air quality. In South Asia alone, so 1.7 billion people live in areas where air pollution poses a serious health threat. So that is because India is considered is in this region, right? So the bottom chart so highlights individual countries. So we can see we have China, India dominate the global burden. This, however, we also have Indonesia, our own country. Yeah, although here I live in Australia for about 15 years until now, I'm still Indonesian, right? So sad to see this graphic, to see that Indonesia also appears on this list with over 90% of its population living in unsafe condition, which is highly relevant to our discussion today. Looking at specific health, we can see that these are the most common health issue related to air pollution. So we have cardiovascular disease, fine particles like PM2.5 don't just stay in the lung. So when we breathe the air that contains PM2.5, they don't just stay in the lung, so they enter the bloodstream, causing inflammation and increasing the risks of heart attacks and strokes. Okay, in fact, air pollution is now considered one of the leading risk factors for cardiovascular disease. Okay, vascular mortality worldwide. Then we have respiratory disease. So this is, of course, most obvious impact, right? So because you breathe the air that is polluted, then you will get respiratory disease. So people who have pre-existing health condition like asthma, air pollution will trigger worsen chronic conditions. Okay. Then we have cancer as well, of course. Previously, we have talked about this as well. So long-term exposure to pollutant, because we live every day we wake up, we go to work, we go to university, we go to health polytechnic, and then every time we go there, we travel, we breathe the polluted air. So that can be considered as long-term exposure to pollutant, especially PM2.5 and certain chemical that could lead to lung cancer. So even the Agency for Cancer, I forgot the name of it, but maybe it's International Agency for Research on Cancer. So they classify outdoor air pollution as group 1 carcinogen. So group 1 carcinogen means it's high likely to cause cancer, same category as tobacco smoke, right? So we have neurological effects. So a lot of research has also shown that air pollution can affect our brain as well, increase the risk of dementia, cognitive decline. Even in 2023, WHO has already considered as air pollution as one of the contributor for neurological disorder in older adults or in manula. So finally, we also have issue with pregnancy and child health. So this can lead to low birth weight, preterm birth, developmental issues, right? And etc. etc. So air pollution is not about coughing, because that is one of the most common health impacts, but it is also impact our health system as well. So something that we also need to consider is the vulnerable group. So vulnerable group, yes, we all are exposed to this issue, health air pollution, but these are the three at least vulnerable groups. So I took this from WHO. So children under 5 is the most at risks, older adults, okay, especially those who have pre-existing health conditions, and also pregnant mother and people with chronic illness. Right. So these are things that we need to prioritize to protect. Right. So because our topic today is about urban context, so I think it's better for us to focus more on urban context. And when we say urban, we talk about mega cities, we talk about cities in Indonesian context, we're talking about mega cities. Okay. Like I'm not sure about what is the population number in Surabaya, but in Jakarta, I think about 9 to 10 million or 11 million. You can imagine in Brisbane, we only have about couple, like maybe 1 million, maybe, or maybe even less than that. So I always mention to my friend to be the governor of Jakarta. Maybe it is easier, to in comparison to be the prime minister of Australia, looking at the challenges that Jakarta is facing, right? So urban areas are hotspot, right, for traffic congestions, industrial activities, what else? High population density. And WHO reports that 91% of urban dwellers or urban citizens are exposed to polluted air, which significantly increase the risks of NCDs like heart disease, stroke, and also respiratory illness. So not to mention as well, poorly designed transport system. Hopefully I've been listening to the news as well. So Indonesia, they have improved their transport system, which is actually really good. Okay, the less people use their own transport, the better it is. So we have rapid urbanizations, heavy traffic, limited green infrastructure. So basically, this will push air quality to hazardous levels. Okay, similarly, in the context of Australia during bushfire season. Okay. Okay, something that we also need to consider as well, right? So, which is climate change. So, climate change is something that is happening already. So, it is not a process, it is something that is happening already. So, climate is changing, and this is due to many things, right? So, I'm not going to talk about the reason or the factors that lead to climate change because that is not the topic of our discussion today. But as you can see from this diagram, and I took this from Center for Climate Engagement, University of Cambridge, UK. And you can see we have primary pollutants. So primary pollutants, you can see carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, we have sulfur dioxides, particulate matters, right? Coming from sources like energy productions, transport, industry. So this is actually us, right? We have industry, we have office, we have cars. So these pollutants interact with sunlight, right? And other chemical to form secondary pollutants. Okay, so after primary pollutants, that will lead to secondary pollutants like ozone, which further degrade air quality, right? Because that is layer by layer, right? So that is what's happening. So climate change amplify these problems. So rising temperatures become hotter, increase ozone formations, while drought and heat waves lead to more wildfires, right? So releasing massive amounts of smoke and fine particles into air. So, and agriculture and urban activities also contribute, like methane from livestock, from our cattle, and also volatile organic compound from cooking and heating. So this will then lead everything become worse, in terms of the air quality. So these cumulative health impacts will lead to our health directly or indirectly. So as we have mentioned earlier, so we have cardiovascular disease, respiratory illness, and etc., etc. So air pollution is not an isolated issue. So this is something that we need to think. So it's not an isolated issue. It is deeply intertwined with climate, energy systems, and our food productions and etc. So the solutions must therefore be integrated. The solution is not just about radar, it's not just about air pollution monitoring. There's a lot of things that we need to prepare to make sure that we are ready to deal with air pollutions. Sustainable transport is also one of them, right? So, but later on in our presentation, we're going to talk about that. So hopefully the time will allow me to explore all those options or solution that we are implementing here in Queensland, particularly. Now, this slide is about global greenhouse gas emission by sector. So I took this back in, I think back in 2020, before COVID-19 or maybe during COVID-19. So as you can see, look at the big pink or maybe reddish color. So pink or red. So you can see that energy dominates the picture. 73.2%. This is, I'm talking about global. This is not Australia. This is not Indonesia, but talking about global context, right? So within that, the largest contributors, energy use is in industry. So I can see industry about 24.2%, transport and buildings, right? Our office, government office, and basically buildings, shopping malls, and etc. So this means that how we power factories, how we move people and goods, and how we control the heat or cool at our homes is driving the bulk of emissions. Like most people in Surabaya, I don't know, like here in Australia, for instance, most of them we have air conditioned, for instance. So that is energy. Even now, the fact that AI is a lot of people, they use AI. So the use of AI, that will also increase the use of energy, right? Because people rely on AI, rely on mobile phone, rely on gadget. And AI without energy is nothing. So you need energy. So, and we have agriculture, the second sectors, right? And etc. And Indonesia is agriculture country. So in the context of Indonesia, I believe agriculture is also big as well. So not to mention as well from the forest fires, land use change, and etc. Okay, so this is something that we need to understand. It's a systemic process. So we need to look all different sectors, not only a particular sectors only. So therefore, WHO provide guidelines on air quality. So these are the two guidelines. I just want to show you the one that was published in 2005, and then the one that was published in 2021. So as you can see that in 2021, the guideline is more stricter or tightened, okay, more strict, okay. Look at from PM 2.5 annual, so we have 10, and then from 2021 we have 5. So it's actually the it's microgram per cubic meters, right? So this is how we call it. So microgram per cubic meters. Previously it was 10, now 5, right? So it's become more strict in terms of the pollutant levels. So not only PM 2.5, but we have also nitrogen oxide, the ozone, sulfur dioxides, carbon monoxide, and etc. You can see that all of them are, most of them are become more tight. Okay, so these are the new parameters that we all using. Okay, although including in Indonesia. In Indonesia and also in Australian context. Okay, so this shift presents challenges for countries worldwide, basically, including Australia and Indonesia, in terms of how we can comply with this guideline. Now, I just want to show you, just put it into context, how this guideline in comparison with the Indonesian standard, the reality, and also the Australian standard and the reality. So if you can have a look, just PM 2.5, I'm not going to explain line by line. You don't have much time for that. So the guideline was 5 microgram per cubic meter, right? In Indonesian standard is 15 microgram per cubic meter. And then the actual is talking about the whole Indonesia, right? So we have maybe Jakarta is, I believe, higher than this, 30 to 55 microgram cubic meter per cubic meter. So in Australian context, we have the standard is 8 microgram per cubic meter, and then It is so basically we meet the guidelines except during bushfires. So just so you know that December, because Australia the winter is in June and July. We are currently in summer, so November, December, January. So that is the bushfire season. So which means the air quality is not as good as in winter in June and July. All right, so you can see that if we compare just between Indonesia and Australia, so the guidelines is also some of the guidelines in Indonesia is not following the guidelines of the WHO. But I think this is makes sense because of the reality in Indonesian context. Right? So which I think I hear feedback. Um, I think this is something that we also need to make sure that the guideline is important, but what is more important is what efforts that we have put in place to follow that guideline. So that's also more important than the guideline itself, right? So this is also important thing. So something that hopefully maybe in the future, slowly with community engagement, commitment from the provincial city government and also national government, because I have read the Asta Cita and etc. So they're looking at reducing carbon emissions and etc. So hopefully this will be improved as well in terms of the guidelines of air pollution in Indonesian context. Now, talking about readiness to deal with air pollution. So environmental health is one of the sector that is very important. So public health. So here in the context of Australia, so environmental health is part of public health, and I think in Indonesian context as well. This, however, we also have environmental health that is not under public health, but purely under School of Environment. So looking at more engineering perspective than public health perspective. But at Griffith University, so in Queensland, so we have our public health, we use the ideology of ecological public health. So which means we try to maintain people health and well-being through environment. So environmental health is very strong at Griffith University. So the main focus of environmental health is to stop illness before it starts by shaping the environment where we live, we work, and we play. Right? So that is basically surrounding us. So this means tackling factors outside the human body that can harm health, whether they are physical, they are chemical, or biological factors. So the key issue is the air quality, water safety, waste management, climate change, toxins, and factor control. This, however, for this particular representation, I'm not going to talk about anything else other than the air quality. So let's just go to the next one. So core function of environmental health. So we can see that there are a lot of them. So we have air quality and monitoring, water safety and sanitations, food safety regulations, waste management, factor control, up until research and surveillance. So these are the core function of environmental health services, looking at in the context of Australian context. But I think in the context of Indonesia, it's also the same as well. Although we have to work in collaboration with other sectors, but these are the core function of environmental health expertise in Australian context. So air quality monitoring control, continuous measurement of pollutant, particularly PM 2.5, ozone, and also nitrogen dioxide. So implementing emission standards on clear air policy, and this is looking at the WHO guidelines and then how we can then transform that guidelines into local context. So for those who don't know where is Australia, because I talked to one guy in Australia when I first came here, because he asked me, where are you from? And I said, I'm from Indonesia. Where is Indonesia? Indonesia is just above Australia. And then he said, oh, Indonesia is next to Bali. And I said, no, Bali is Indonesia. So that's actually showing that not all Indonesia, not all Australian are smart in terms of their geographical information, right? So they don't know even they don't know they know Bali, but they don't know Indonesia. But this is Australia. Australia is a very big continent, a very big country in terms of the size of the land, not in terms of the size of its population. All right, so Australian context. So as you know that I have mentioned earlier, so climate change intensify air pollutions and extreme weather events such as bushfire, heat wave, and storm. So which then leads to serious impacts. Okay, and take heat wave as an example. So between 2012 to 2022, Australia recorded about 7,000 more than 7,000 hospitalizations and 200, almost 300 people pass away because of extreme heat. When I say extreme heat, especially because I maybe sometimes maybe you don't know the context in Australia. So not here in Queensland, because in Queensland I live in Queensland, which is southeast Australia. Sorry, not southeast, the eastern part of Australia. And we are subtropical, so our weather is quite stable. But if you go to Melbourne, during winter it can go low up until maybe -5, -10 in some places, of course, not all Melbourne, but during summer it can go up until maybe 45, 44, 46 degrees Celsius, so very hot, so heat wave. So that could also lead to bushfire. That could lead to also direct impact for elderly, especially, and etc. Then there are also bushfires. So this has also happened back in 2019, 2020. So about 35 direct deaths. But I think the real toll is much higher than this. Especially, a lot of people, 1,000 of people, they have to go to hospital because of smoke inhalations. The air quality major cities in Sydney, in Melbourne, reach hazardous levels for weeks. Okay, so forcing people indoors, basically they have to work from home and also do not go outside the house because of the air quality is not good. Okay, so and not to forget as well floods and storms beyond the intermediate physical injuries. So this event also can bring other health issues as well, like waterborne and trauma, and also potentially long-term mental health challenges. So these are in the context of Australia, just to put into perspective. In the context of Queensland, so Queensland is where I live, right? So Queensland is the name of the state because Australia is a federal country. It's based on state. So the state is Queensland, and the city name, the capital of Queensland is Brisbane. So this is where I live. The challenges become even more complex. So we have natural pollution sources, right? So natural pollution sources means we have during dry season, which is down, we have hazard reduction burns. What does it mean by hazard reduction burns? So we basically burn the bush. So we intentionally burn the bush. This is what we call by controlled burning. So then we can reduce the risks of bushfire. But that could lead to also air pollution as well, because we burn the bush, right? And so that's why air pollution spikes dramatically, right? According to the data that I have here, about PM 2.5 is 6 times higher than WHO guidelines during the bushfire smoke events. So urban growth and vehicle emissions. So this is also the challenge that we are facing. I think also the same thing in Indonesian context as well. Urban growth, people move to Brisbane, and traffic jam. When I first came here back in 2011, I believe there was no traffic jam, but now in 2025, traffic is getting really bad here. Vehicle exhaust is now a major contributor to urban air pollution. Industrial emission impacts. So as I said earlier, so Australia is a developed country that is still developing. So we do have a lot of industrial activity as well, mining, right? So resource operations. So these industries emit pollutants, sorry, that require strict monitoring and compliance. Governance and community challenges. So these are also another challenges which I think Indonesia also face the same challenges as well. Air quality air quality policy is very complex, involving multiple agencies and jurisdictions, and limited community involvement often slow down the implementation. So that's why it's very important. Community engagement is really important. So I want to give you an example of this is the monitoring station, as you see in this photo. This is part of Queensland Air Quality Network. And so this slide shows key regulations in terms of air quality management in Australia, both at national and state level. So national, we have national environmental protection measures, like undang-undang in Indonesian context, right? We also have Australia design rules. So this is for Motor Vehicle Standard Act. So because as we have mentioned earlier, right? So transportation is one of the biggest contributor in terms of air pollutions and fuel quality standard, right? So because of still a lot of cars, so a lot of people now they move to EV vehicle, electric vehicle, but still a lot of people, majority of people, they use fuel, right? So this has to be standardized as well. So there must be a guideline for that. So at the state level, we have environmental protections and etc. So, but the challenge is regulations set the framework, yet the enforcement and community awareness often lag behind, right? So the question will then, how we can then bridge the gap, because we do have the regulations, but then how we can involve the community, right? So just to give you more explanation about this photo. So this photo is this is part of the NEPM, so National Environmental Protections Ambient Quality Measure. So this machine, so they control or monitor PM10, PM2.5, SO2, NO2, ozone, and also carbon monoxide, and also lead as well. And something that is also I would like to share. So all this information can be seen by public, right? So live air data, right? So live air data means, so this is, I took this from last week. So screenshot, so you can go to this website as well. And then you can actually also look at the quality of the air quality in Queensland, and then you can choose which area you want to download. You can actually download from, if I'm not mistaken, from 1960 or 1970, like that. So you can download data until 2025, right? So this is actually good for people who do research, so they don't have to go to the office and request for data and etc. You can actually go to the website and collect your data yourself. So this was Tuesday last week, 4th of November. So this map shows real-time air quality readings across Queensland. So I live in Brisbane. So Brisbane is just here. Yeah, so this is actually looking at PM2.5, PM10, carbon monoxide. So it's actually, all of them are quite below the guidelines of the WHO, which is actually good, right? But during the bushfire, so I just want to give you, we are currently in a bushfire season, but up until today, hopefully, there will be no bushfire. We don't have bushfire yet, okay? So that's why the air quality is still okay. So therefore, it's actually important for us to always continue monitor and public can access all this information. It is also important because 2032 Brisbane will become the host of Olympic and Paralympic Games. So people will come. So Brisbane, this is Brisbane River at nighttime. So what you can see there is a story bridge. This is the oldest bridge in Brisbane. So you should come here when you visit Brisbane. You should come to this bridge. So I just would like to give you some innovations in terms of air quality monitoring and control, and some community engagement as well. Something that we can probably share. Time is limited. I'm going to fast forward a few slides. So state air quality. So the one that I showed you earlier. So the air quality monitoring network. So previously we have about 30, but now it has been expanded up to 99 stations across the state, right? So this will track the pollutant. So these are the pollutant that this machine is tracking, and they also provide public health alerts. So the website that I showed you earlier, so they also provide public health alerts. And you can also, if you are citizen or permanent resident, you don't have to be permanent resident basically, but you can actually register your phone number and they will provide message through your mobile phone. Well, this is not only for climate extremes, disaster, but also something like this as well, public health alerts. They will tell people, inform people. So it's a data-driven policy support as well. So it's hourly update. So every hour, it will be automatically updated. So it's not only every day, but it is every hour. So you can see the air quality is changed after every 1 hour. So that will enable policymakers to make informed decisions and help communities stay aware. Koala, for those who don't know, koala is very cute animal. So koala is actually knowing our ambient local air. So it's actually an abbreviation, knowing our ambient local air. So previously I have mentioned statewide station, right? Now koala sensor is actually sensor that can be put in our private house, in our university, for instance. So this is actually led by Queensland University Technology. So the air quality can happen at the community level as well. Okay. So, but koala only measure PM 2.5 and carbon monoxide, cannot nitrogen dioxide, ozone, and etc. It's too complicated for that one. But these small things, small device can measure PM 2.5 and carbon monoxide, and you can see the air quality through your apps, through your mobile phone. Advanced sensor networks and artificial intelligence analysis. So this is also in relation to the network that I have mentioned earlier. So it is also collaborative innovation. So government, they don't work alone. So government work in collaboration with university. In Queensland, we have 3 big universities in Queensland. We have Queensland University of Technology, UQ, and also Griffith University. So we work together with the government to make sure that we all receive all this, we also provide contributions. Not only outdoor air quality, but also indoor air quality is also monitored as well, because most of us, if we are a university lecturer or student, maybe most of us, we spend our time indoor. So it's very important. And then this is also work in collaboration with university as well to measure indoor air quality in Queensland. What we are doing as well, industrial emission control technology, because as I have mentioned earlier, so we do have mining industry here in Queensland especially. So that's why it's very important for us to control, to make sure that they comply with these regulations. So for this one, so that's why they have very strict standard in terms of the air pollutions and also the soil pollutions, water pollution as well, not only just air. And there's a very huge fine, and they can close the industry, they can close the business if they didn't comply with the regulations. So what is also important is green infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, we need a systemic approach, right? So earlier slide, you can see that majority is coming from energy. So what we are trying to do is a green infrastructure in urban tree canopy initiative. So this will actually also include the environmental approach, social health, and also economic sectors as well. Environmental benefit, if let's say if your city has more tree, you must like your city more, right? Because trees do more, and they don't just look good, but they can actually do more. They remove air pollutions, they store carbon, they reduce urban heat. So these are three things. So they remove air pollutions, they store carbon, and also they reduce urban heat. I think Surabaya is very hot, right? So the more trees you have, the cooler the temperature will be. Okay. They also provide biodiversity and habitat for wildlife, like birds and etc., and help manage stormwater runoff as well. So a lot of functions. Social and health benefits. So green space improve health and livability as well, right? So when you see green, not money, right? So when you see trees, you will, you can improve your, mind as well in terms of, mental health and etc. Economic benefits also, urban greenery is cost-effective cooling measures, so reducing energy costs for buildings and etc. So this is also important to understand this concept as well. So therefore, Southeast Queensland, so SEQ means Southeast Queensland, so they put $20 million project. So for green urban infrastructure, it is still happening until now, right? So street trees, so they put street trees, bioswales, so rain gardens, green roof, and etc. So a lot of things basically. So Brisbane, Gold Coast is they have this project at the moment. So urban tree.
Excuse me, Mr. Fabi. I just remind you that you have 5 minutes left. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. So let me just skip this one. So community engagement is also very important. So we talk about technology, we talk about regulations. What is important is community engagement programs. So public empowerment and dialogue is very important to make sure that the community, they're aware about their role as well. And one thing at the moment is also transportation is very cheap. I can guarantee, I think it's cheaper than in Surabaya. In Australia, and not in Australia, in Queensland, you travel in Queensland only costs you 50 cents or 5,000 rupiah. No matter how far you go, only costs you 50 cents, right? So very cheap, right? Very cheap. So people now move to, like here, I live in Brisbane, but my office is in Gold Coast campus. So I travel by train for 1 hour, only cost me 50 cents. So one day on $1, so 10,000 rupiah, which is very cheap. So looking at from a global perspective, so I believe you also have heard about Rotorua statement. So Rotorua statement is a promoting planetary health and sustainable development that was published back in 2019, so just before COVID-19. So these are 4 important things that we need to have. So ensure health equity throughout the life course, make all urban and other habitats inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable and conducive, design, implement effective and fair climate adaptation strategies, and build collaborative, effective, accountable, and inclusive governance. So this is really important. So in the context of 3 things, so 3 takeaway things, urgent related to health. So it is important for us. Promote actions that both reduce carbon emissions and improve health, build better, more climate resilience and environmentally sustainable health systems, and protect health from the wide range of impacts of climate change, not only in the context of air quality, but also other things as well. But of course, today we're talking about air quality. So there you go. So air quality is the focus of today's discussions. So last but not least, before I end my presentation, so these are 5 key public health intervention that we need to do in order for us to improve the health of and well-being of our community. First of all is safe environment. So no more air pollutions, for instance, water pollution, etc. Enhance host resistance is also very important. So fundamental to all host resistance is nutrition. So we need to provide healthy nutrition to our citizens, to our community, help promoting behaviors, protection of vulnerable groups. So if you remember, so in my presentation, I talk about under 5 children, elderly, and also pregnant mother and people with chronic health illness. And last but not least is prudent and accessible healthcare. So by 5 intervention, we can do a systemic approach in order to improve the health and well-being of our community. Thank you so much for your attention, for listening to my presentations. Apologies for any shortcomings. I welcome if there's any questions or comment you would like to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ferry, for your insightful and very comprehensive presentation. But before that, allow me to express our deepest condolences to you on the passing of your beloved mother. Is that right? At 2022, may her soul rest in
Okay,
eternal
my
peace.
dad. My
Right,
dad.
your dad. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. My deepest condolences to your beloved dad. Okay. All right. Mr. Feby has really highlighted how air pollution remains one of the most pressing global health challenges and how the Australian experience that Mr. Feby shared provides valuable lessons on integrating technology, policy, and community engagement to strengthen environmental health readiness and carbon resilience. Before that, Mr. Feby, I would like to inform you that Surabaya has a population for about 2.9 million people at night, but increase around 5 million during the day. Why? Because when the day there are so many people occurs to work to Surabaya, so that's the difference between night and day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the Q&A or discussion session. We are glad to receive your question. If you have any question for Mr. Feby, please raise your virtual hand and turn on your microphone when I call on you to ask your question. Or you also can write your question on the chat box. All right, Mr. Feby, maybe I would like to ask you some questions about I'm interested in koala. That's the name just like an animal from Australia, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it is one of the native animal in Australia.
Native animal in Australia. So if we talk about koala sensors just can detect carbon monoxide and also particulate matter.
Yeah, PM2, PM25, PM2.5, and carbon monoxide.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's very interesting. All right, Mr. Feby, we have two people that raise the hand. So we have Mr. Muhammad Iskandar. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Iskandar Zulkarnain. Okay, you have
Okay, good
raised your
morning,
hand.
Mr.
So
Feby.
Morning.
I would like to ask a question about climatic conditions, Mr. Feby. Can climatic conditions affect air pollution? For example, tropical climates like in Indonesia and subtropical climates in Australia. Is there a significant impact of climate on air quality? On air quality? Is it in subtropical regional can be faster to eliminate air pollution because the wind movement or maybe anything else? Uh I would like to know apa the
impact.
the impacts of climate
The
conditions.
difference.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All
Thank you
right.
very much.
Speak Indonesia
Yes.
as well. Like, what's national
You
content
can.
we have in English?
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad Iskandar. Maybe we can collect the question first. Okay, for the second Before we have Mr. Windy raise the hand. Okay, come on, Mr. Windy, you can ask your question to Mr. Feby.
Okay, Dr. Feby, thank you for the beautiful presentations. Yeah, you talk a lot about how the Queensland government controls, monitor the air pollutions using even technology is the most as I see in your presentations. And I'm a same as have the health promotion background, public health. So my point is, what about the community participation, community empowerment in Queensland governments when they try to mingle the population to participate in air pollution's reduction. So I really concerned about that because I do have a health promotion background. Unfortunately, when I apply scholarship in Griffith, no one wants to be my supervisor. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
we can
you
we
so
can we
much.
can have a chat. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Windy, for the questions. Maybe I would like to.
Windy, is
Yeah?
it?
Yes, Pak Windy.
Okay.
Yes.
I actually have a one PhD student, and her name is Windy as well. But it's
yes.
Windy. Okay.
Windy or Mr. Windy. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Windy for the question. Now I would like to invite to our speaker, Mr. Feby, to respond to the question. We have two questions.
Yeah. So the first one from Mas Muhammad
Muhammad
Iskandar.
Iskandar. Yes.
Iskandar. Okay. So the question was about climate change. So does climate change impact air pollutions? And the short answer is yes. So climate change does impact air pollution. So it does impact in terms of worsening air pollutions, and potentially climate change can also, as climate change means positive and negative, right? So there's climate change. It is not only about negative, implications, but there must be some positive, impact of climate change as well. However, this need more research, in terms of like what potential, like for instance, if a place, like for instance, like some countries, like cool weather countries, like in European countries, for instance, if they have more warm weather, it is better. It's good for their economic because they can, they can, they can do their activity outdoor because it is warm than the usual climate, right? But what I'm trying to say here in the context of air pollutions, as I have mentioned earlier in my presentation, so it does impact air pollutions in relation to the secondary air pollutions, secondary air pollutants such as the particulate matters, the ozone. So that is also due to the interactions with climate factors, right? And climate change amplifies this problem. So because rising temperatures, as I have mentioned earlier in my presentations, that will increase ozone formations, and also the climate extreme weathers that can lead to forest fires, bushfires, and that could lead to release amount of fine particulate matters to the air, and that will then lead to air pollutions, right? So yes, and something that we also need to understand, Mas, is that we call it anthropogenic climate change, so which means we are also part of that system. So it is not only about natural, but it is also human activity as well. So basically, that's why we call it anthropogenic climate change. So most of climate, change impacts are related to human activities, and that all lead to air pollutions. So yeah, so the short answer is yes. So climate change will impact air pollutions, and therefore it is very important for us to to fight climate change and how we can fight climate change. So this actually also relate to Wendy's questions in terms of how we can engage with the community, because government alone will not be able to successfully address the problem if they work by themselves. We need people to also, play their contributions, right? So in terms of community engagement in the context of Queensland, there are a lot of things. So first of all, they provide a rebate. They provide support, economic support for those who want to put solar system in their house, for instance. They also provide rebate from federal government. They provide rebate for people who want to put battery at home, so they can store energy from sun, solar. They store it into their battery at home. Just to give you into a perspective, so one battery at home is about $12,000, 120 million rupiah. So it's very expensive, right? But the government provide about 40 million rupiah, a rebate. So they give you money back for $4,000, which is actually a good thing. So you store the energy from the sun, and then you can use it during nighttime where there is no sun. So you are off grid. So you reduce the usage of the electricity from the government. So that's one thing. They also provide rebate for people who want to buy electric vehicles. This is similar to what happened in Indonesia as well. So this is also community engagement, looking at from energy perspective, right? And another thing as well, looking at from the, in one of my presentation slide, I think I also mentioned about the community empowerment and also community awareness. So at the end of the day, it's all about community. It's all about community who will obtain the benefit of all these regulations. So when we say community, then we talk about private sectors as well. So community, they understand the importance of good air quality. So if they understand, and then hopefully they will voluntarily, so they will comply with all these regulations. We have, before you can purchase vehicles, for instance, if you wanna buy vehicles like second-hand vehicles, you have to go to roadworthy certificates. So this is also community engagement. We need to make sure that the quality of the car is good quality, and the emission is also below the standard level, below the threshold. It is by law you have to have roadworthy certificates. So it is also community engagement. So we control. But talking about this, what government need is regulations, enforcement, and also enhanced awareness. So they need to understand why government need to be strict like this, right? Without their understanding, community will not comply, and they will complain. So maybe that's all for now, but Wendy, and I believe there are a lot of other things that I can share as well, but maybe the time is so limited. But happy to have a chat with you, especially if you're willing to potentially maybe do a postdoctoral degree or maybe a research in relation to health promotion and air quality, because it is something that interests me as well. Thank you so much, Wendy, and also I'll return the microphone back to the moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Febi. That was a very clear and informative answer from the first question. Yes, climate change impact air pollution. And then we need so many people, we need all people to give contribution, right? Okay, and then now I think we have to conclude our discussion for this session. Before we officially close this keynote session, allow me to summarize several key points highlighted during the presentation. In conclusion, addressing urban air pollution demands an integrated and collaborative approach that links environmental health, climate adaptation, and public policy. Global evidence shows that air pollution remains a major public health challenge causing millions of premature deaths each year and disproportionately affecting vulnerable groups. Lessons from Australia highlight the importance of infants air quality monitoring, innovative technologies, community engagement, and green infrastructure in strengthening environmental health readiness and resilience. Moving forward, countries must commit to reducing emissions, developing climate resilient health system, protecting vulnerable populations, and promoting evidence-based and equitable policies to achieve cleaner air, healthier communities, and a more sustainable planet. Thank you again, Mr. Feby Dwi Rahmadi, PhD, as a token of our appreciation to our keynote speaker for your time and your valuable contribution. We kindly present an e-certificate. Thank you again, Mr. Feby, for your contribution and dedication to this event.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end part of the session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincerest appreciation to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Feby Dwi Rahmadi, PhD, for the insightful presentation and valuable knowledge shared with us today. We would also like to thank all participants for your active participation and enthusiasm throughout this session. We hope today's discussion has been informative and inspiring for everyone. Once again, thank you for your attention, and we look forward to seeing you in our next event. I will now hand the program back to our Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Monica, to guide us through the next part of the event. I am Ardita Sari, signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Ernita Sari, SST, MKL, for the insightful first session. Now, we continue to our second session. The moderator for this session is Ms. Sari Lutfia, SKP, MKes. She is an associate professor at the Department of Nursing, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, with over 23 years of teaching experience in anatomy, physiology, and public health science. Now, we invite Ms. Sari Lutfia, SKP MKes, to guide this session and introduce our invited speaker, Dr. Engineering Insinyur Muhammad Amin, STM Engineering from Kanazawa University, Japan. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Monica. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected speaker, and fellow participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sari Lutfia. It's a truly honor to serve as the moderator for today's session. I'm delighted to be the part of the inspiring academic forum, the scientific session of the 5th International Conference of Environmental Health, ICOEH, 2025, where brilliant minds gather to exchange ideas, share research insight, and spark meaningful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, today's topic might be invisible to the naked eye, but its impact is impossible to ignore. Ultrafine particles in urban air, hidden risk for cardiovascular health. Well, explore how particles smaller than 0.1 micrometer, yes, 1,000 times thinner than a human hair, can travel deep into our lungs, enter to the bloodstream, and silently influence the heart. It's a fascinating intersection of environmental science and cardiovascular health, and I can't wait for us to dive in together. It's my great honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Engineering Insinyur Muhammad Amin, Sarjana Teknik Magister Engineering, Assistant Professor at Kanazawa University, Japan, and Research Fellow at University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia, a Scientific Advisor at Particle Plus Company, Boston, USA. Dr. Muhammad Amin is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Geoscience and Civil Engineering in Kanazawa University, Japan. He is an environmental engineer specializing in air pollution control, ambient and indoor air quality, and personal exposure to ultrafine particles. He earned his bachelor's degree in environmental engineering from Andalas University, Indonesia, and both his master's and doctorate degrees in environmental design from Kanazawa University. Graduating early with great GPAs, his research focuses at atmospheric chemistry, environmental risk assessment, and sustainable solution for air quality management in Southeast Asia, particularly through international collaboration such as SATEP project in Cambodia, with over 30 World Corpus Indexes publication, Height Index 10, Dr. Amin demonstrates a strong record in environmental science, data analysis, and across cultural academic engagement. Beyond academia, he actively contributes to educational and social initiatives in Indonesia as the founder of Tabihita Project Indonesia Foundation and a co-founder of Air Academy Indonesia and Dream School Project, promoting environmental awareness and youth empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our speaker, Dr. Muhammad Amin. Dr. Amin, the floor is yours. We are excited to learn from your research and insight.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Amin.
Alhamdulillah, Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Thank you, Bu Sari, for the long introduction, but thank you so much. And also, thank you for everyone, especially I feel it is a great honor for me actually for the invitation to share my research and experience through this conference. So especially I would like to express my sincere respect to the director of the Poltekkes Kemenkes Medan and also the organizing committee of the conference and also our keynote speaker, Dr. Febi, and as well as the invited speaker as well and all the participants. Thank you so much for joining and listen to my presentation today. So yeah, I would like to share my screen. I hope no problem. So please confirm if you can
Okay,
see my
it's
screen.
okay. It's clear.
Okay, how about this?
Okay, it's
This
okay.
okay. Thank you so much. Okay, today actually Dr. Fabi already explained a lot about the air pollution. So, but today I would like to continue the keynote that Dr. Fabi already mentioned. So, I would like to talk about one of my research uh, in Japan that is related to the ultrafine particles. And yes, as explained, actually, yeah, now I'm a assistant professor, but actually, this is I just 1 week ago, I resigned from Kanazawa University because I will move to Saudi Arabia, maybe.
Excuse me, Dr. Amin.
Yes.
Can you slideshow for your slide?
Oh, sorry. You. Oh, okay. How about this one? Not yet. Okay, I will share again. Hmm. Okay, sorry for the trouble. Okay. Sorry. Mm. Hello, Bu Sair, can you see this my slide? Hello.
It seems smaller from you. How
Oh,
about if we
how
share
about this
for
one?
you?
How about this one?
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Because I would like to make some note. I would like to. Okay, please wait. Wait a moment. I would like to. Okay, please wait. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm. Sorry. This. Okay. How about this one, Bu Sari? Is that still small or?
Yeah, it is smaller.
Sorry.
Or maybe we can help you from the PPT from us.
How about this?
It's still small.
Oh, okay. I will just close this one and then maybe. Okay, I will fix it just 1 minute.
Okay, it's okay.
Because okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's better, Dr. Amin.
Okay, now it's better, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
better.
Sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
I'm trying to connect to my iPad so I can make some note for my presentation, but it's not succeed. Okay. I would like to thank to the all committee, and I would like to move to my title that is related to the ultrafine particles in urban areas. So the outline of my presentation maybe is related to the why ultrafine particle is matters, because mostly we talk recently about the PM 2.5, PM 10, but I think I can say not so many researchers in Indonesia focus on ultrafine particles. In Australia, recently a lot of publication, a lot of researchers, especially led by the Queensland University of Technology by Prof. Lydia Moraska. So today I would like to add a context of ultrafine particles, how the situation in Indonesia and especially in Southeast Asia, especially in Indonesia, based on my group experience from Japan, and also maybe in the last about the future direction and recommendation related to ultrafine particles. So this is already talked by the Dr. Febi about how air pollution harm human, yes, especially more than 7 million died because of the air pollution. So and mostly I mean the case of that we found in the Southeast Asia, that we see in Indonesia is the black. Sorry, I will my okay. Okay. No. So I think they sure. Okay, sorry. Okay. So Indonesia, most of the case we found like in Southeast Asia, and we saw Indonesia is this black one. More than 2 million people died in Southeast Asia. However, when we see the, I mean, based on the report from the uh, sorry, sorry. Okay, so so we can say like our region is the most polluted, one of the most polluted region in the world, and in Southeast Asia, just like 3.2% our cities meet the WHO guideline. And then when we see the Indonesia, actually, when we found like the in the air, I mean, based on the sources of the AQR report 2019 related to the World Air Quality Report. So we can see like Indonesia, most of the monitoring station is located in Jakarta, but most of the Indonesia, especially in the eastern part, even we don't have any station to monitor our ambient air. So how we can translate it to the public health and then to other things, and how we control it if we don't have any data. And most of the data is just located in the Java Island and become like a hot issue. Like, okay, our ambient air now is a very dangerous situation, but actually based on the WHO report also, the died because of the air pollution is not only because of ambient air, but mostly also because of the indoor air, especially household air pollution. And we knew that household air pollution mostly happen in the rural area where the people still rely on the like biomass for the cooking as a fuel. But this is not the concern of our government. And I hope, yeah, the participant here, when we talk about the air pollution, we not only talking about the how blue our sky is, how is the situation in our cities, but one of the most important thing later on is in the rural area where the people don't have any access to the clean air, clean fuel. Yeah. So in terms of the ranking in Southeast Asia, like Indonesia is the most polluted one based on back to the report 2019, and Tangerang, especially South Tangerang, is the PM 2.5 level is, I think this is like 2-3 times higher than WHO guideline. And then just 3.2% of the cities in our region meet the WHO guideline. So this is, and I believe also maybe Surabaya is not uh, maybe it's not so far from Jakarta or maybe Jabodetabek area. So because I found also in Medan the level of PM 2.5 is very high. And why ultrafine particle matters? So back to the new guideline in 2021 that is published by WHO, and compared to the old guideline 2005 that already explained well by the, Dr. Pebi, but I would like to highlight is three air quality, air pollutant that highlight also by the new guideline. In the 2005, the ultrafine particle is not mentioned in the report, but in 2021, there are three at least of pollutant that mentioned in the new guideline, but it's not set the standard yet by the WHO because need more research, scientific base to put the standard. One is about the sun and dust storm, and the second is black or elemental carbon. We call it BC or AC. And the third one is ultrafine particles. So ultrafine particle recently become concern of the researchers, and also it's also recommended by the WHO to improve the monitoring station around the world to include also ultrafine particle as one of the parameters to be monitored, not only focus on PM 2.5 and PM10. So in the report, there are at least 4 good practice statement for ultrafine particles. The first one is the report suggests to quantify ambient ultrafine particle in terms of the particle number concentration. Because in terms of mass, compared to PM 2.5, UFP is not so much compared to PM 2.5. But in terms of the numbers, it's a lot, especially when we talk about the urban air pollution, especially when we talk about the emission from the vehicles. Most of the size that emit from the vehicle are around 40 until to 80 nanometers. So that is in the range of the what we call ultrafine particles. And the second is the WHO report suggests to expand the existing air quality monitoring strategies to include ultrafine measurement, especially to integrate ultrafine particle, especially size segregated, real time, and into selected air monitoring station alongside other pollutants. So this is very important in terms of the air pollution, because I asked one of my friends in Indonesia, I make some comparison. Let's say if you have like PM 2.5, 100 microgram per meter cubic in Jakarta, and then you found like in Padang around 120 microgram per meter cubic of PM 2.5. I asked my friend which one is the most dangerous, 120 or 100. And as my friend reply me, so it should be 120 because it's higher than 100. But actually, it's not as simple as that, because when we talk about PM 2.5, is the particular as a diameter, aerodynamic diameter is less than 2.5 micrometers. So it include all the diameter of the particles below than 2.5. So until the smallest one, like 10 nanometers. So I asked my friend, I explained to my friends that 100 in Jakarta might be mostly contain small particle, let's say 10 nanometer to 100 nanometer. But like in Jakarta, in Padang, because of maybe dust, resuspension, and the others, most of PM 2.5 mass coming from the bigger size. So it's not as simple as that. That is why in the WHO report also it suggested that we not only talking about the PM 2.5, PM10, or total suspended particulate matters, but also should be also include like size segregated. So it's mean we can measure the particle like 10 nanometer to 100 nanometer, 100 nanometer to 500 nanometer, and 500 nanometer to 1000 nanometers, and until to 1500 nanometer, or that is the bigger size of the PM 2.5. So once we know the size segregated, so we know that, okay, in PM 2.5 that we got like 100 nanometer, mostly concentrated in the small size. So from that context, we can uh, we can trust that, okay, we can sure that the 100 nanometers in Jakarta can be more dangerous than 120 microgram per meter cubic of PM 2.5 in Padang, let's say like that. So size segregated is very important, and real time also is very important, because of the air pollution is very dynamic. It can be changed in seconds. So the third one is for the good practice of the ultrafine particles is we have to distinguish between low and high PNC level to guide emission control priorities for ultrafine particles. So recently in the report, so it's mentioned that, for example, 1000 particle per centimeter cubic average for 24 hours mean, or higher than 20,000 is as a benchmark. And the fourth one is utilize emerging science and technology to advance exposure assessment and ultrafine particle management. Because WHO didn't set the standard yet for the ultrafine particles, because need many basics a scientific base to link the epidemiological studies to the ultrafine particles, as PM2.5 already done in the long time ago. So those for practice is very important for us as researchers to shift from the PM2.5 to ultrafine particle to help the government to provide more scientific base that in the future maybe is very important when our government need to make a new standard for ultrafine particles. So this is the context of the PM. So what is the PM? So actually PM is like refers to heterogeneous mixture of airborne particles that are suspended in the air. So as you can see from these figures, so when we inhale like the air that contain particulate matters, so PM2.5 might be just after until to our upper respiratory system, and PM2.5 can go deeper, and PM1 also deeper. But PM0.1 that we call ultrafine particle can even reach to our respiratory system, to the deepest part of respiratory system, even to our bloodstream. So whole body. So because the smallest the particle, the deeper the penetration to our to the human body. And also, let's imagine our hair is around 50 to 70 micrometers. So, and PM2.5, so we divide it by maybe to 25 something. But when we talk about the PM0.5, so it's very small, that sometimes is contain carcinogenic substance, chemical component, let's say like elemental carbon or black carbon, PAH, and the others. And then this is the basic concept of ultrafine particles. So when people talk about ultrafine particles, so is the diameter of the particle is less than 100 nanometers, and also some researchers call also nanoparticles. And this is important because of large surface area relative to the volume that is affecting chemical and physical behavior of the ultrafine particles. So this is like the kind of the comparison to our hair. This is the ultrafine particle is very, very small that can reach to our blood system. Okay, so what is the sources of ultrafine particles? Actually, ultrafine particle can be both from natural sources and anthropogenic sources. But when we talk about in the urban context, mostly is related to the human activities, especially from vehicle, from the agriculture and also industrial emission. But when we talk about the urban area, especially like Surabaya, Medan, and Jakarta, mostly is coming from the vehicle emission. So this is also the figure of the vehicles that it can be ultrafine particle can be emitted from the exhaust and also from the mechanic, like from the tire wear with the asphalt with the road. It can be also emitted ultrafine particles. So so in terms of the urban area, mostly based on my experience in Japan, in Indonesia, as well as in Cambodia, because most of our project located in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. So we found like the size of the particle that emitted from the vehicle is around 40 to 80 nanometers. And then we collect the ultrafine particle in the filters, and then we analyze the chemical that the chemical component such as like elemental carbon and the others that is related to the human health. So this is I got the figures from the publication in 2023 by the Moreno. So this is the ultrafine particle exposure, like daily we breathe and also in the urban. So it's contain a lot of the particles that might be also most of them in the ultrafine size. And ultrafine particles not only that is a single particle, but when we analyze the chemical in the lab, we also found like PAH, black carbon, metals as well. One of our findings in blacksmith village in the Java, West Java, that I think we published like two months ago. So in that factory, we found a lot of ultrafine particle, even more than 100 microgram per meter cubic of the volume of air. And then we analyze more deeper about the particle, and we found a lot of the metal component that also expected because of the activities in the factories. So what is the effect of the ultrafine particles? So it can be uh, I'm not expert about the environmental health, but based on the literature review that we found, like ultrafine particle can uh, effect to all to our body, brain system, cardiovascular disease, and many others bad effect. So and this is also the because ultrafine particle recently is in the research stage. No no standard yet around the world. Even WHO just suggests to do more research about this one to find a good link from ultrafine particle and human health. So later on, hopefully maybe in 5 years later, I don't know, 10 years later, WHO will make the guideline like to set the standard of the ultrafine particles. So, but recently a lot of publication coming from especially Australia, China, and Europe, but from Southeast Asia is not so many because of equipment limitation. Because to monitor the ultrafine particle, at least we need like 200 million rupiah for the equipment. But later on, I will introduce you one of the equipment that we developed in Kanazawa University that is very cheap, that we use mostly in Southeast Asia. So a lot of publication recently using some like animals and also found from the citizen, like a lot of like from the Moreno et al. 2023, that is they found this is literature review back to 2016 from Janssen et al. They found like the positive correlation between the levels of endothelial progenitor cells and the concentration of ultrafine particles. And also the others 2018 ultrafine particle didn't affect the children respiratory health, but they saw systemic effect detected in the form of the positive association. So this research, ultrafine particles still developing, still ongoing, and become very interest from many researchers. So I hope like one of the participant here later on who interest in ultrafine particle research, you may contact me because uh, I think almost 5 equipment I sent to Indonesia uh, to monitor the ultrafine particle in some cities in Indonesia. So you may also contact me if you would like to communicate to collaborate about the ultrafine particle research in our countries. So and also a lot of publication and findings that now uh, link ultrafine particle to many effect in our body. This is toxicological studies related to ultrafine particle in human cells. And back 2016, published by Marabini et al. So also the key findings of them is they found like the presence of significant DNA damage was obtained after 24 hours of the treatment. And also correlation between exposure to ultrafine particle and oxidative inflammatory response. It also increase ROS formation in THP oneself. And in 2020 also, the exposure to carbon particle can alter the differentiation of the keratinocyte and genes related to implementation and psoriasis of because of the exposure to ultrafine particles. So when you go to the Google and then search ultrafine particle and human health effect, recently you will find a lot of research, a lot of publication. But unfortunately, in Indonesia, we just focus on PM 2.5. We don't have many research yet about the ultrafine particle, and this is kind of the gap of the research that might be from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya in would like to also initiate the campaign. Ultrafine particle also very important. This is also still from the literature review, like neurotoxicity related to autism, inflation, and oxidative stress are associated as mechanism to because of the exposure to ultrafine particles. And even like learning and memory deficit, it can be affected because of the exposure to ultrafine particles. And ultrafine particle even don't show the genotoxic and mutagenic activities in vivo under the condition analyzed, but also it can still affect to the human body. So a lot of things already found, but even this kind of the finding, WHO didn't set the standard yet because still need more scientific base to make the standard. Because even they make standard PM 2.5 more strict, up to 5 microgram per meter cubic annually. Like Indonesia, still we use like 25. So still a lot of country cannot, follow the WHO guideline. So I think maybe they are need more scientific base to make the standard of ultrafine particles. So what is the challenge to measure the ultrafine particles? One is because of the size is very small, and they have the low mass. That is why the equipment recently that available in the market mostly focus on the number concentration, but not so. I think maybe just one or two in the world that focus on the mass concentration, filter base, and because it's very dynamic in time and space. And also ultrafine particle, we call it like the fresh emission, because when the vehicle or biomass burning, when they firstly emit the smoke, mostly contain a lot of ultrafine particle. But in second, in minute, it can be combined with the other particle, become bigger particles. So that is why the ultrafine particle also we call like fresh emission, because when we found like a lot of high concentration of ultrafine particle in the monitoring sites, so we also can assume that maybe surrounded our monitoring site a lot of maybe burning activities, a lot of vehicles, because it's fresh emission. Yeah. And the second, because of short atmospheric lifetime, it can be quickly coagulated or diffused, and also very difficult to collect on the filters for gravimetric or chemical analysis. That is why in Kanazawa, so we developed one of the equipment that we call, we call like ambient nanosampler or ANS, that we can collect. This is one of the main professor patents. So we can collect the ultrafine particle on the filters, and then we can analyze the chemical component related to human health. And WHO no standard yet, just focus on the numeric guideline, only also for the good practice statement, no, not standard yet, and also very high cost instrument and maintenance. That is why in developing country like Indonesia, the limitation, the ultrafine particle monitoring is very limited. And then what is the solution? So actually, based on the guideline, so the WHO give like the good practice that is focused on the PNC, because when we talk about the concentration of the particulate matter, we have two. One is based on the number, the second is based on the mass. The one is usually we use like the light scattering method using the sensors. The second is using conventional base using the filter. So we collect the particle on the filters. And number-based monitoring is recommended by the WHO guideline, but the cost is very high for the equipment. It's around 200 million rupiah. And use like advanced instrument like SMPS, we call like scanning mobility particle sizers, is also very high. And this is the third one, integrate cascade sampler such as the ambient nanosampler that developed by our lab, Kanazawa University, for the size segregated collection until ultrafine particle size. And this is one of the measurement solution. And also maybe later on we can combine ground and satellite data. Once we have a lot of monitoring station, and then we also can use satellite data for the like machine learning to I mean to to estimate the pollutant or particulate matter in the location that is not covered by the air quality monitoring system. So, and also develop low-cost sensor network for urban and community level exposure mapping. This is also one of the solution, but still need time to do this one. Okay, so this is a measurement and monitoring approach that currently available on the market. One is based on the particle counted. Firstly, because you know the light scattering method, it can be effective up to 0.3 micrometer, but below than 0.3 light scattering method usually is very difficult to count the particles. So that is why one of the system is the particle, the small particle is condensed first, become a big particle, and then count it. That is one of the methodology to count the ultrafine particles. And also by applying like differential mobility analyzer, like applying the electrostatic classifiers. And the third one that is we developed in Kanazawa University is using impactor, using vacuum pump. So we suck the air, and we also use this methodology impactor up to 0.1. So this is our technology in Kanazawa University. So now I already sent like 5 or 6 to Indonesia, and now maybe in the end of this year I will bring 5 more in Indonesia. So if you would like to collaborate with me to monitor ultrafine particle, very welcome. So we can talk later. So this is we call like ambient nanosampler, and in this equipment, we use at least 6 filter, so we can measure like the 6 size segregated particle like from 0.1, 0.1 to 0.5, 0.5 to 1, 1 to 2.5, and until the coarse particle higher than 10 micrometers.
Excuse me, Dr.
Yes,
Amin,
yes.
your time, the 10
Ah,
minutes.
okay, okay. Thank you so much. Okay, this is the methodology for the analyze. So you can see from this one a lot of methodology that mostly use like impactor base and also condensed particle counted base. So both the most famous method to sample the ultrafine particles. This is the impact on human health. More the publication in 2022. It can be affect to the lung disease like asthma, COPD, and the others, and also it can be like respiratory system infection with chronic airway disease. So ultrafine particle actually yes exposure. It can be initiated like innate immunity through the macro page migration, and leading to the exacerbation of the respiratory symptoms. And this is more findings how the ultrafine particle can affect to the our respiratory system. Especially one of our also research about the titanium dioxide ultrafine particle in Japan. Also, we found like a lot high concentration in the factory. So from the human and animal studies actually suggest that ultrafine particle is involved in the pathogenesis of airway inflammation and respiratory disease. So what is the status of ultrafine particle in Southeast Asia? Based on our group findings, so we found like in Indonesia, even ultrafine particle concentration is higher than PM2.5 annual concentration. So even when we use like PM2.5 standard as a PM0.1 standard, even is higher than PM2.5 standard. And when we compare is in Western, like in Japan, US, Korea, is just like 1 to 5 microgram. But in Indonesia, in Medan, in Jambi, in Padang, we found like higher than 15 microgram per meter cubic. So what is the dominant sources? Of course, when we talk about the urban area, the primary sources of ultrafine particle is from vehicles. But like in Padang or Sumatra, one of the primary sources is from the biomass burning. Okay. This is also we use for the personal exposure, one of our project in Cambodia. Yes, and this is actually my I mean uh, maps of the sampling site of ultrafine particle that have been done since 2018 from me and our group in Japan, but mostly focus in the in Sumatra, because at the time we focus on the forest fire. But recently we focus in Bandung and hopefully in Jakarta and hopefully in Surabaya soon. So we also find like the very high concentration during dry season because of the forest fire effect to ultrafine particles. And also during the COVID-19. So before COVID-19 and during the COVID-19, and we found like the very decreased ultrafine particle level, like uh, because of the limitation of the activities outdoors, because of the decreasing of the number of the vehicle outdoors, and it's clearly affect to the level of ultrafine particles that we found during COVID-19. And this is the decrease even about the organic carbon and elemental carbon. It also increased up to 75% because of the pandemics. And this is personal exposure. And we found like the using motorcycle and using bus. We found like using motorcycle, we that inhaled by the human per second up to 100,000 until 1 million particle, ultrafine particle per second that we found in Cambodia. And what is the option of ultrafine particle studies in Indonesia? Actually, about the study location and monitoring, recently mostly focused on the Sumatra because not so many researchers focus on it. So actually, in urban area is most important when we talk about ultrafine particles. So this is also one of the chance to do more monitoring of ultrafine particle, and source identification is also one of the important thing about ultrafine particle, as WHO guideline mentioned that they need more scientific base to make the standard of ultrafine particle. So source identification and chemical characterization and how impact of the ultrafine particle is still a very big space to do more research about it. That is how impact and technological development that now I'm focused also on it in Japan to produce more low cost ultrafine particle samplers. Okay, for the yes, awareness and education, I think is very important, especially in the urban area. Communicate with the young generation because I think they know more how to make viral something. So I think it's very important because in Indonesia, if it doesn't viral, I think we didn't take action about it. So collaborative research, I think, is very important, especially involving the government, academic institution, industry, especially related to the vehicle. It's very important to tackle the air pollution, especially about ultrafine particles. So that is this is the past research in the Indonesia about ultrafine particles. So the future research will be how to link ultrafine particle to the human health. That is very important issue, even not only in Indonesia but around the world. But even WHO suggested to do more research about it. I think that that is my summary of the ultrafine particle pollution in Indonesia. and you can see I think around 220 publication in Southeast Asia, especially in Indonesia, related to ultrafine particle. We collect sample in the residential area, education area, in the mountain, in the city centers, in the indoors. So we have a lot of data, not only about the mass concentration, but also we analyze the chemical component like PAH and elemental carbon, black carbon, organic carbon, and many other things. So if you like to know more about ultrafine particles, so please, yeah, read a lot of publication, especially in Australia recently, led by Prof. Lydia Moraska, in Europe, in Japan, in Thailand, like in Indonesia some. So yeah, if you cannot find like the full document, so you can send me the link. I can share you freely about it. So I think that's all that I would like to share today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amin, for the truly enlightening presentation. So behind the calm city skyline, the air hides a secret. A swarm of ultrafine particles, invisible to the eye, yet powerful enough to change the rhythm of our heart. Through groundbreaking research across nation and cutting-edge technology, we uncovered that has long been ignored, that the greatest threat to the heart are often unseen. This isn't just science, it's called to awareness, a step toward cleaner air and promise for the healthier future. So, I mean, hon in Subarasi Gokan Desta, Amin Sensei. Your finding clearly highlight the urgency of integrating ultrafine particle monitoring into public health strategies, especially in regions where data remains scarce. Ladies and gentlemen, now we open for the floor for question and reflection. To our participant, whether on site or online, feel free to raise your hand or you type your question in the chat box. Please introduce yourself briefly before asking. We'll take around 2 or 3 questions to make sure everyone has a chance to engage. Dr. Amin, while we are waiting for the question, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Okay. In your studies connecting ultrafine particles exposure with cardiovascular health outcome, what methodological approach did you use to assess human exposure levels, particularly in distinguishing between ambient, indoor, and personal exposure? And how did you address potential confounding variable in the analysis?
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Sari. Actually, based on our experience, when we talk about the ultrafine particles, so actually we conduct like in ambient and in indoor as well as personal exposure. So, because my specialization is about the environmental engineering, mostly I'm, especially one of the project that I would like to highlight is a SADREPS project that now we ongoing in Cambodia. The name of the project is establishment of risk management platform for air pollution in Cambodia. So I'm joined like the health risk assessment group. We call it group 2. So and we join with Nagasaki University, one of the medical scientists uh, from the Nagasaki University. So I'm mostly focused on the field sampling. So I'm doing sampling, doing analysis like the other chemical, and the researchers from the Nagasaki focus on the pH analysis. So in terms of the ultrafine particle studies, our limitation is just focus on chemical. So we just analyze like we collect the ultrafine particles, both like ambient, indoor, and personals. Just the difference is about the equipment that we use. For the ambient that we use, like as I told you, this one ambient monitoring, ambient nanosampler. So we just analyze like the chemical like pH and black carbon, elemental carbon, and then try to find to link to the halt. So that is why in our group still need more collaboration, that can be translated our findings to health science, because we are from the engineering. So we have a lot of data. I have a lot of filters that contain ultrafine particles. So we didn't go deeper to the how it affect to the human cells yet, but that is the future challenge for us. So if like from the Poltekkes Kemenkes, maybe you have like expertise on it, so very welcome, because I have a lot of filters that can be used.
Yeah, the good answer, the insightful. You have mentioned several times to join us for the collaboration. Maybe next time, the
Yes.
future, we can collaboration for the Surabaya. How about the Surabaya is have a challenge for the cardiovascular disease caused by the environmental. Okay. That is, cardiovascular disease is not only by the fat, by the lifestyle, but also cardiovascular disease, it can be caused by the environmental. Yes, like that, Dr. Amin?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, maybe the other have idea to type for the question. So I will continue my question, Dr. Amin. Your work provides extensive evidence on UFP levels and their potential cardiovascular impact. However, translating such a scientific finding into actionable public health policy remains challenging. Based on your research, what key evidence of threshold indicator would you propose as a benchmark for policymakers to begin integrating UFVS into air quality standards?
So I think first of all, the most important is monitoring system and basic data first, because first of all, even PM 2.5, we don't have a lot of basic data. I think even like the Surabaya or Medan, like we don't have many basic data yet about PM 2.5, especially ultrafine particles. So I think the first one, we have to understand first about PM 2.5 in whole Indonesia, and maybe not whole, but at least in the key cities like Jakarta, Surabaya first. Then we move to the ultra fine particle, or maybe it can be go together. So I think, and also even like in the our curriculum should be include ultrafine particle also, because as my experience now, I have a lecture, I teach in Sumatera Utara, Universitas of Sumatera Utara. From the previous slide that I used, it's not include yet ultrafine particles. So even I ask maybe the student here, maybe they just know about the PM 2.5. So ultrafine particle, I think, should be introduced more in our education system first, and then become popular. So after that, we can do more research and scientific base, and after that, but not only from the environmental engineering, but it should be include also from the health science, because our from engineering we just know how to make the equipment, how to do monitoring, but how to translate the findings to the health science is very challenging, as you mentioned. So need like very good communication, how to communicate our findings, because us, like when we found like this, so we just saw the data, but from the health science, I think you have the good strategy how to communicate the findings, so it's not become like a big, how I can say, it's a good message to the government and to the society.
Yes, exactly. I totally agree with you, Dr. Amin. We can see in the chat box there are a question from Dr. Eva. She is associate professor in the Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, I know resource fund is very limited. So for the simple sampling tool, recently for the ultrafine particle is not available yet, unfortunately. But that is our task, like our task from engineering, how to make more cheaper equipment. But recently, when you are interested with the ultrafine particle, we have like ambient nanosamplers as well, and also personal nanosampler for ultrafine particles. That the cost is like maybe 10 times cheaper than the available one from US, like TSI US is very expensive. So we have the tools. Even now it's located in some cities, and I also will bring some in to Indonesia by the end of this year. So if you would like to collaborate, especially in data of ultrafine particle in Surabaya, until now no data yet, as I knew, because I think you can find like the ultrafine particle studies in Indonesia mostly published by Kanazawa University by our group because of the limitation of the equipment. So yeah, recently no simple tools yet. But actually, when you talk about the simple, actually this is very simple. The others also quite simple, but very high cost. Yeah.
Yeah, it's challenging.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Alvin, for those thoughtful answers and for such an inspiring session on behalf of the organizing committee of the 5th International Conference of Environmental Health, ICOEH 2025. It's my honor to present this e-certificate of appreciation to Dr. Engineering Insinyur Muhammad Amin, Sarjana Teknik, Master Engineering, for his outstanding presentation entitled Ultrafine Particles in Urban Air, Hidden Risk for Cardiovascular Health. Congratulations, Dr. Amin. Your work truly inspires us all.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, let us remember even the smallest particles can have massive impact on our health. And knowledge like today's help us more a cleaner, healthy world. Thank you very much, Dr. Amin, for the inspiring and insightful presentation. We truly appreciate your contribution to this conference. Now, I would like to hand the session back to our lovely Master of Ceremony, Mr. Monica. Thanks you once again and goodbye.
Thank you, Ms. Sari Lutfia, SKP MKes, for leading the previous session. Next, we move on to our third and final invited speaker session. Let me introduce the moderator for this session, Dr. Johannes K. Windy, SPD MKes MPH. He is a lecturer and researcher at the Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, with nearly 30 years of experience in teaching and research in public health, health promotion, and community development. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Johannes K. Windy, SPD MKes MPH, to lead this session and introduce our invited speaker, Dr. Kambali, ST MPPM from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, Indonesia. The time is yours.
Thank you, Monica. The two previous talks mostly concern about the use of technology or even artificial intelligence to monitor, control, even to tackle health problems caused by air pollution. But the next topic be shifting a little bit about the role of human resource, especially the health staff, in preventing air pollution. Okay, I can say still good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and colleagues from all over the world, the participants who attending this conference live or even in online. So welcome back to the 5th International Conference of Environmental Health 2025. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's my immense pleasure and honor to warmly welcome you all in this conference. I'm thrilled to see such a vibrant and diverse gathering of brilliant minds all united here to share passions in environmental health. This conference is filled with incredible opportunities to learn from related experts, to engage in stimulating discussion, to challenge our perspective, and to build the collaboration that will save our collective future. We encourage you all to develop network as questions and fully immerse yourself in this experience. Now it's my privilege to set up this room to our conference by introducing our distinguished invited speaker. All right. This year, our invited speaker addressed the title "The Readiness of Air Health Technology and Human Resource or Environmental Staff in Preventing and Overcoming the Air Pollution in Urban Areas." To deliver this address, we are truly fortunate to have with us a dedicated expert and true a pioneer in the field of air pollution in urban areas, comes from Polytechnic Kesehatan Kemenkes Surabaya. Please allow me to share a glimpse of his remarkable accomplishments. Our speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Kambali ST MPPM, is one of the senior lecturer and researcher at the Environmental Health Program of Polytechnic Kesehatan Kemenkes Surabaya. He has been part of teaching, research, and community empowerment for more than 30 years within the department. Dr. Kambali achieves an outstanding contribution in a number of research and publications beside teaching activity. He actively participated in a number of local or even international conferences, seminar, workshop as a participant or a resourceman or presenters. Dr. Kambali is also known of his productive activity in research and publications. I noted here that more than 20 research and publications have been disseminated in various events or research or journal publications. This long list experience and achievement of Dr. Kambali will contribute meaningfully to our conference today. For our invited speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Kambali, you have 45 minutes to deliver your presentation, and our audiences will have 10 minutes minutes to the Q&A time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please let us begin our presentation today, and please give a big applause for Associate Professor Dr. Kambali. And Dr. Kambali, the room is yours.
Thank you, my moderator, Mr. Johannes Kambaruwindi, PhD. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Excellency Director Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, Mr. Lutfi Irsadi, and all Vice Director, distinguished Chairman Person, Honorable Speaker, fellow researcher, and all participants of today's seminar. It is truly an honor for me to be here today and have the opportunity to share my research with all of you. The title my presentation is "The Reasoning of Our Health Technology and Human Resources, Environmental Sanitation Staff in Preventing and Overcoming in Urban Areas." There is yet highly how technology and human capacity work together to tackle one of the most persistent challenges in Indonesia, urban air pollution. In the recent years, urban air pollution has become one of the most seriously of public health challenges in Indonesia, especially in large cities such as Indonesia and Surabaya, where industrial activity, traffic emission, and rapid urbanization continue to worsen air quality. Through this study, I aim to analyze how ready Indonesia is facing the challenges quality monitoring system and human resources, particularly environmental sanitation staff, who play an essential role in controlling and preventing air pollution. Once again, thank you for having me today. Next. Okay. Now, let us move the next slide. I will present outline to the presentation. In this presentation, I will be discussing the current situation of urban air pollution in Indonesia, especially in major cities such as Jakarta and Surabaya, where industrial activity and transportation contribute significantly to poor air quality. I will explain the technological effort and innovation that have been developed to monitor and control air pollution, including air quality monitoring system and emission control technologies. After that, I will highlight the role and readiness environmental sanitation staff who are responsible for translating air quality and into public health action. Finally, I will share several key policy insights and recommendations to strengthen Indonesia's capacity in managing urban air quality through better technology, skilled human resources, and cross-section coordination. Next. Okay. Air pollution is one of the most pressing environmental issues of our time. It not only affects the environment, but also has significant impact on human health. Air pollution is mainly caused by combustion and fuel and waste, industrial activity, and also natural gas. It consists of the particle and harmful gases. Ambient air pollution is currently the greatest environmental risk to health, causing mainly cardiovascular and respiratory disease. It is widespread and affects almost all countries. Many solutions exist to reduce air pollution, including cleaner energy, transport, and agricultural options. Individual can also contribute by using less motorcycle transport and consuming less energy. As we can see in the image, the highest ranking city in Indonesia this week is Bandung with an AQI of 124. It is followed by Sus Tangerang with an AQI US of 122. The PM 2.5 pollution live in Surabaya with the create at HD. It shows that the air quality in Indonesia is still not good. Next. Okay. We can see the particulate matter 2.5 concentration trend in greater Jakarta areas from 2020 to 2024. The data show a significant variation between regions, ranking from about 35 microgram per cubic meter in North Jakarta to 54 microgram in Bekasi during 2020 until 2022 period. This indicated the need to more focused and localized air pollution control measure rather than one-size-fits-all policy. Looking at the chart on the bottom left, we can see the average annual particulate matter 2.5 level in city across Jabodetabek from 2017 to 2024. The trend shows that the highest pollutant in level in 2024 was recorded in South Tangerang, reaching 61.1 microgram per cubic meter, followed by Tangerang, Depok, and Bekasi. Meanwhile, Bogor recorded the lowest value, about 25 microgram per cubic meter, but even this still above the national air quality limit. The chart on the top right also connect particulate matter 2.5 level with health outcome, particularly asthma and pneumonia cases, suggesting that increase in pollution corresponding the rise to respiratory illness. Overall, this data highlight that air quality in the Greater Jakarta area remain poor and regional differences require targeted intervention and strongly local monitoring capacity. Overall, the graph show peak in pollution level for several pollutants, particularly sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide in the month leading up the end of the years. By September until November, which could be related to increased industrial activity, transportation, and seasonal weather factor. Next. The ambient air quality in Jakarta in 2024 was classified polluted with an air quality index of 0.45. The concentration of PM10 and PM2.5 exceeded the set quality standard, while other pollutants such as sulfur dioxide, ozone, and nitrogen dioxide were close to the threshold limit. The condition indicate a significant air pollution level that pose health risk to population and requires immediate management action. Air pollution in the city of Bandung, South Tangerang, and Jakarta in 2024 recorded pollutant level that we classified as unhealthy to hazard based on quality index data. The main cause of pollution are rapid industrial activity, traffic congestion, and inadequate waste management. The situation for the development of advanced monitoring technology and increase in the capacity of human resources or environmental sanitation officer to manage and combat air pollution in order to protect public health and meet sustainable development targets. The health impact of poor air quality are enormous, with long-term exposure to pollutants such as PM2.5, nitrogen dioxide, and ozone, increasing the risk of chronic respiratory and cardiovascular disease, as well as premature death, reported by WHO and EPA. In Indonesia, studies in Jakarta and Surabaya show that high exposure to air pollution causes an increase in cases of respiratory infection, asthma, bronchitis, and overall quality of life. We're also impacting the environment through water and soil pollution that worsens human health and ecosystem. Therefore, the importance of air pollution control or prevention effort is crucial to protect public health from the increased risk of respiratory and cardiovascular disease due to poor air quality in Indonesia. Technological readiness in urban air pollution control has gradually improved in Indonesia through disparities remain among cities. Indonesia has gradually adopted modern air quality monitoring system, such as continuous emission monitoring system or GEMS for industrial facility and air quality monitoring system AQMS in urban areas. AQMS an automatic system for monitoring and analyzing air quality in real time. The system detects pollutant concentrations such as PM 2.5, PM 10, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, ozone, and other parameters such as temperature, humidity, and wind direction. The system is supported by Internet technology that enable real-time data collection and big data analysis identify air pollution pattern. It's provided early warning if pollution level exceed permissible limit. If often essential information for policy making and mitigation action in urban areas. AQMS is often equipped with microbiological thermometer such as wind speed and direction. AQMS also include an easily accessible dashboard platform to display monitoring result in real time. Next. Monitoring system using Internet of Things are developed using sensor and microcontrollers. A sensor network to collect data and RI quality is created. The microcontroller are programmed to use air pollution monitoring sensor as input and transmit the data to clouds. An algorithm is developed to analyze the data and send it to the mobile application or an Internet of Things dashboard. A smartphone application will be developed for user to access air quality information in real time. An air quality monitoring system using Internet of Things consists of electrochemical sensor that monitor the constituent that result of pollution like aerosol, volatile organic compound, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and temperature humidity. Whether it will trigger an alarm when the air quality gets down beyond a certain level, which means when there is a number of harmful gases present in the air. The system shows the air quality in ppm atau part per million and display the web page in the mobile application so that it can be monitored very easily. Right? A study from Airlangga University that examined the result of ambient air quality monitoring in the cities of Surabaya and Malang is using AQMS demonstrate how real-time data from AQMS can be used for routine air quality assessment in the particulate matter 10 parameter during the years 2020, leading decision making all at the local government level. Next, the move on the second pollutant technology, namely CMS, continuous emission monitoring system, are essential tool for tracking and regulating air pollution emission from industrial source. The system provides real-time continuous data on the concentration of various pollutants in exhaust gases, ensuring compliance with environmental regulation. CEMS is widely used in industries such as power generation, steel manufacturing, cement production, and glassing to monitor emission of gases like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide, and particulate matter. CMS typically consists of 5 major components. A gas analysis system. This component measures the concentration of gaseous pollutants such as sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and oxygen. The analysis uses optical, electrochemical, or chemical reaction-based method to detect gas level. And the parameter matter such as light scattering, beta ray attenuation, and triboelectric sensor. It ensures compliance with quality regulation by monitoring dust emission from industrial state. CMS also measures critical state gas parameter, including 1. Temperature, in determining the gas density and velocity. Pressure used to correct the concentration measurement. Velocity and flow rate of pollutant and the measurable content affect the accuracy of gas concentration measurement and need to be accounted for in final calculation. The data acquisition and handling system. The DAS collect data from analysis, process it, and store of regulatory reporting. It perform real-time calculation, error check, and automatic calibration. The system also transmits data to regulatory authorities through standard communication. Okay. This is an illustration of CAMS. Principle of CAMS operate on 2 primary measurement principles. 1. Extractive measurement method. This method involves continuously extracting a sample of gas from the exhaust stream and analyzing it using precise instrument. The extracted gas undergoes several pre-treatment steps such as filtration, drying, and dilution to ensure accurate measurement. Common analysis technique used extractive measurement include. Next. Human resources capacity and readiness in environmental health and sanitation. Human resources, particularly environment sanitation officers, play a crucial role in interpreting air quality data into effective public health prevention measures. However, limited training and uneven distribution of human resources, as well as administrative coordination between health and environment agencies, pose serious obstacle to the effective management of air pollution in Indonesia. To overcome this, sustainable capacity building program, integrating of learning module in universities, and a cross-sector collaboration with international partners are essential to improve the competence of officer and the sustainable of air pollution control. The role of human resources, environmental health officer, a key actor in translating air quality data in health intervention. The role include monitoring and interpreting air quality data, conducting exposure and health risk assessment, environmental health officer, a key actor in translating air quality data in health intervention, supported under Langit Biru atau Blue Sky program by Dirjen Environmental Officer. Next. Yeah. We can see the current training of capacity gap among environmental sanitation officers in Indonesia. According to the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, about 60% of district level officers have not received specialist training in air quality management. Most of them have stronger skill in water and waste sanitation. These areas have traditionally been the main focus in environmental health program. However, the expertise in air pollution control, risk communication remain limited. As illustrated in the bar chart on the right, 85% of officers we will train in water sanitation, 78% in water management, but only 40% in air pollution control, and around 35% in risk communication. This show a clear imbalance with officers competent in traditional environmental health areas. The ability to handle air quality monitoring and intercept air quality index data is still weak. Moreover, the coordination between health officer and environmental agency is often administrative rather than operational, meaning that collaboration rarely extend to joint field inspection or data analysis. Next. The strengthened human resources component structure of continuous capacity building program are needed. This might include regular training, workshop on air pollution health impact assessment, and environmental epidemiology. To integrating of air quality management module into environmental health curricula at polytechnic and universities, and 3, development of professional certification program for air quality and environmental sanitation officer, for promotion of cross-sector collaboration between universities, local government, and international partners such as WHO, ASEAN Development Bank, and UNEP to enhance technical training and knowledge transfer. Next. Moving on the next, let's talk about community participation and public awareness air pollution control. In Indonesia, public engagement in this area remains relatively low, mainly because people have limited access to environmental information and cause education programs are often inconsistent. However, several initiatives have started to make difference. One of the most well-known is the Langit Biru program, launched by the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. This program promotes clean transportation and anti-aging biofuel to campaign. Another initiative is the Nafas Indonesia platform, which allows citizens to monitor air quality directly through the smartphone. It now operates more than 200 community-based sensors across Jakarta and Surabaya. It's also urban greening project, where communities participate in tree planting and the creation of green corridor in several cities. On the right side of the slide, we can see data from Langit Biru evaluated by KLHK in 2024 about of people aware of air pollution as health issue, but only 32% activity monitor EQA application, and 18% participate in environmental campaign, and 15% contribute to community greening. Indonesia has air pollution control regulation with such as government regulation. Always all the Minister of Home Affairs Instruction number 2 of 2023, especially for Greater Jakarta, with regulate various air pollution control measures. However, the implementation of regulation is still hampered by coordination between agency and limited data utilization. So that air pollution control requires data system integration, trained human resources, and strong institutional support. The readiness of the air health management system in Indonesia is moderate, with technological advance, but still requires continued investment in infrastructure and targeted and integrated professional capacity building. Next. Urban air pollution remains one of the most critical environmental health challenges in Indonesia, particularly in metropolitan areas such as Jakarta and Surabaya, where rapid industrialization, increased motor vehicle use, and limited green infrastructure have severely degraded air quality. Despite existing regulatory framework, technological adoption, and monitoring system, the country overall readiness to prevent and manage air pollution can still be categorized moderate. Three key dimensions influence the readiness. One, technology capacity has advanced through the installation of air quality monitoring station, continuous emission monitoring system, and public applications such as ISPU, Indeks Standar Penyemaran Udara, online and Nafas Indonesia. However, gap persists due to unequal regional distribution, limited maintenance, and insufficient integration of real-time data into health-based decision-making. Secondly, human resources competent among environmental sanitation staff remain uneven. Many officers are still more experienced in water and waste management than air quality control, and only a small proportion have received specialized training in atmospheric health monitoring and risk communication. Third, institutional and policy coordination between the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and local government requires further reinforcement. fragmented responsibility and weak data integration continue to hide implementation and public health intervention. To move towards sustainable and resilient urban air management, Indonesia must invest simultaneously in technological innovation, human capacity development, and intersectoral policy integration, strengthening environmental health curricula, establishing professional certification and air quality management, and enhancing collaboration between academia, government, and international partners are essential steps. Ultimately, achieving clean and healthy urban air will depend not only on advanced monitoring technologies, but also on competent, empowered environmental sanitation personnel who can transfer data into proactive public action. Next. Okay. The recommendation, based on the study finding, several recommendations can be proposed to strengthen Indonesia's readiness in managing urban air pollution through improved technology, human resources, and policy coordination. Enhance technological infrastructure and data integration. Expand the installation of air quality monitoring system, station, and continuous emission monitoring system, especially outside Java, to ensure equitable air quality surveillance. Develop an integrated digital platform linking environmental and health data to support real-time decision making and early warning system. 2. Invest in capacity building for environmental sanitation staff. Establish a regular national training program and certificate scheme for environmental health officer focus on atmospheric pollution control, data interpretation, and health risk communication. Collaborating with universities and professional association can help standardize competence across region. Third, strengthen policy synergy and institutional coordination. Encourage closer collaboration between the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ministry of Health, and local government through joint task force and shared database, a clear division of authority forestry through joint task force and shared database, and clear division of authority and resources allocation with enhanced responsibilities to air pollution episode. 4. Promote community engagement on public awareness. Increase public literacy and air quality in age health inspects through campaign, school-based education, and citizen science initiative, empowering community to participate in air monitoring and reporting can complement official surveillance system. 5. Integrate air health management in urban planning and climate strategies. Embed air pollution control in sustainable city planning and climate adaptation framework, ensuring that air health addresses alongside transportation, energy, and public health policy. Now, by strengthening training program, certification system, and a cross-sector collaboration between the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, local government, and universities, equally important in public participation. In judging systems through education, digital platform, and community-based initiative will ensure that everyone become part of the solution. In the end, achieving clean and healthy air in our city requires more than just advanced instruments. It requires well-trained professional, informed community, and integrated government. Thank you very much for your attention. It has been an honor to share in finding with all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kembali, for your truly insightful and interesting presentations. The keyword is you must be a part of the air pollution's problem solver. We all should be part of the air pollution's problem solver. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kembali, for your presentations. Let's give a big applause for Dr. Kembali. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the Q&A sessions. So, if you want to raise your hands, I give you a chance for you to ask the question first. If not, Dr. Kembali, you have some question in the chat box. If you don't mind, I will read them for you. All right? Okay. Is there anyone from the audience want to ask further clarification from Dr. Kembali about his presentations? Please raise your hands virtually. Okay. While we're waiting for the audience to prepare the questions, we have three questions for Dr. Kembali in chat box. If you don't mind, I will read for you. The first comes from Lina. Lina asks you about how can technology help in controlling urban air pollutions? Could you give examples of the technology that can be used? So in short, how can technology help controlling urban air pollutions? And please give example how we use them. This is a question from Lina. Okay, Dr. Kembali, if you want to respond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Windy. This is a very interesting question to discuss, and I will explain briefly clearly. Technology can help control urban air pollution by monitoring air quality, reducing pollutant emission, and increasing energy efficiency. For example of technology that can be used, one of air quality monitoring system, standar mutu kualitas udara, which can monitoring air pollutant concentration in real time. And so, exhaust gas processing technology, which can reduce source and then an electric vehicle that can reduce. Okay, Mr. Windy?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kembali, for your response to the question from Lina. Is there anyone from the room want to ask directly question to Dr. Kembali? All right, we still have three questions for Dr. Kembali here. This comes from Nita. The question is, Ernita, in what ways can human resource contribute to controlling air pollution? Could you please provide an example how human resource management or community engagement can play a role in this effort? So, how can human resource contribute in controlling urban pollution? The first question about the technology. Now we talk about the human resource. Please, Dr. Kembali.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ernita question, and I will answer that human resources can play a role in controlling urban air pollution by increasing public awareness, developing environmental policy, and implementing air pollution control technology. For the example of role of human resources and controlling air pollution are one of increases public awareness about the importance of controlling air pollution, and then develop state environmental policy to reduce pollutant emission and implement of effective air pollution control technology. The clear answer for Mr. Nita.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Dr. Kembali. What about the audience? Do you have questions? Before I come to the third question in chat box. Okay, if you don't have one, that's the last question in chat box, Dr. Kembali. The question is come from JD. Based on your presentations, what are the challenges faced in controlling urban air pollutions? What are the challenges in controlling urban air pollution? If you don't mind, give us some examples.
Thank you, Mr. Windy and Mr. Dedi. I will answer to question. The challenges faced in controlling urban air pollution are lack of public awareness about the importance of controlling air pollution, and then lack of the state environmental policy to reduce pollutant emission, lack of effective air pollution control technology, lack of human resources trained in air pollution control. Example of challenges faced air pollution caused by motorized vehicle and big city, and air pollution caused by industrial and urban area. This is my answer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kembali. I hope all the audience, the audience who present the question have a new insight or new knowledge about the contribution of human resource, especially health staff from the environmental health, contribute to the healthier atmosphere, the healthier air for our populations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have more questions, let me read some takeaways for you to take home. So the first takeaways is air pollutions. The world populations are at risk of air pollutions. It creates so many health problems, especially respiratory, cancer, lungs, and cardiovascular diseases. That's a big problem in the world populations. The second takeaway is technology, including artificial intelligence, is a useful tools, measurements to monitor, to control the air pollutions. And most important things, the presentation from Dr. Kembali, the role or the contributions of human resource, including health staff, in tackling air pollutions, especially when it comes a problem to our health. These are the three messages from the presentation from Dr. Kembali. Again, we are going to conclude this presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Kembali, for your presentation. You have shared to us your insightful, your interesting topic. It's a very up to date topic at the moment. And I also thanks for all the audience to be for being patient in this room to listen to Dr. Kembali. Big applause for Dr. Kembali while we present the certificate of appreciations. Okay, thank you everyone. Again, I wish you the best luck and good health and breathe a healthy air. Back to you, Monica.
Thank you, Dr. Johannes K. Windy, SPD, MCAS, MPH, for leading our third and final invited speaker session. Before we officially close our session, we would like to invite all participants, speakers, moderators, and the committee members to join our online group photo session. Our technical team will assist and take several screenshots, so please make sure your camera is turned on and your face is visible. Now let's capture this special moment together. All right, everyone. In 3, 2, 1. One more time. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much for everyone. We appreciate your participation and enthusiasm throughout today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished keynote speakers, honorable guests, respected moderators, and to all participants, we have now reached the end of our plenary session. On behalf of our organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to all speakers. We truly appreciate your time, dedication, and expertise in sharing your knowledge with us today. And to our moderators, your dedication has ensured that our discussion flowed smoothly and productively. And to all the participants for your active engagement and thought-provoking questions have truly made this event meaningful and inspiring. We hope that today's discussion has sparked new ideas, collaboration, and opportunities for everyone. And may I kindly remind all participants to don't forget to fill out the post-test through the link in the LMS website. And before we proceed to our coffee break, please be reminded that the parallel session will begin shortly after the break. And after the break, all participants are kindly requested to join the assigned breakout rooms according to the topic. The breakout rooms are divided as shown on screen. And we would also like to inform to all participants of the international seminar are welcome to join the breakout rooms and watch the oral presentation session from our publication participants. We also thank you for our sponsors, DPD Aspami Jatim. We truly are grateful for your trust and partnerships. Now it is time for our coffee break and duhur prayer until 1 p.m. Thank you and see you in the next session.
Behind the city lights, within the
Thank you, Monica.
activity, lies a hidden threat, small in size, but great in impact: pests. In office buildings, restaurants, hotels, and even urban homes, pests quietly find their way in. Rats crawl through unseen passages, cockroaches hide in drains, mosquitoes breed in tiny puddles, and termites slowly weaken structures from within. They don't choose where to live. As long as the environment allows, pests will always find a way to survive. That's why pest control is an essential part of modern urban life. It's not just about cleanliness, it's about protecting health, comfort, and reputation in every corner of the city. ASFAMI, the Indonesian Pest Control Association, stands at the forefront of this mission. We ensure every pest control practice is professional, safe, and sustainable. Through training, education, and certification, we empower experts and businesses to use modern technology, eco-friendly methods, and uphold ethical standards. We also educate communities to understand that pest management is
Cari apa Mbak? Nomor surat ah?
Jadi kita tanggal 9 kita tetap pakai ini tuh. Gue nanti keputusan Pak Arjun. Aku dari kita ngomong.
Nek sing wis nek sing duwe baju marun gak apa-apa sih.
Marun ya kapasitas dua itu.
Iya.
Nah, ngomong-ngomongnya dosa cerita sih.
Iya.
Kan kita bisa berapa itu tahun lah ya.
Iya.
Ternyata juga nggak jadi ada konsumsi Bu. Iya. Oleh karena itu ada konsumsi untuk yang dua belas besok. 12 dari konsumsi
Halo, Assalamualaikum. Halo. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Behind the city lights, within the constant rhythm of human activity, lies a hidden threat, small in size, but great in impact: pests. In office buildings, restaurants, hotels, and even urban homes, pests quietly find their way in. Rats crawl through unseen passages, cockroaches hide in drains, mosquitoes breed in tiny puddles, and termites slowly weaken structures from within. They don't choose where to live, as long as the environment allows, pests will always find a way to survive. That's why pest control is an essential part of modern urban life. It's not just about cleanliness, it's about protecting health, comfort, and reputation in every corner of the city. ASFAMI, the Indonesian Pest Control Association, stands at the forefront of this mission. We ensure every pest control practice is professional, safe, and sustainable. Through training, education, and certification, we empower experts and businesses to use modern technology, eco-friendly methods, and uphold ethical standards. We also educate communities to understand that pest management is
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the parallel session. And before we continue, may I kindly remind all participants to join back the main room to hear the announcement of Best Paper and Best Presenter awards after the parallel session at about 3 p.m. To our publication participants, you may now select your breakout room according to the topic of your registered group. The breakout rooms are divided as shown on screen. And to all participants of the international seminar, you are now welcome to join the breakout rooms according to your preference and watch the oral presentation session from our publication participants.
Ya, repot. Mbak sama langsung izin, Mbak. Situ izin. Wes, sih. Semangat ya, Liv. Kamu menghadapi dunia ini sendirian. Tapi Olivia mencari kehidupan itu berat. Aku juga boleh kocok.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now announce the winners of Best Paper and Best Presenter. Congratulations to the winners of Best Paper and Best Presenter. We would also like to inform that the names shown on screen will be contacted by our International Seminar Committee shortly. So please stay connected and check your messages for more details regarding certificates or follow-up information. Before we officially close this session, we are pleased to announce that the articles presented in today's seminar will be published in several academic journals. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of today's international seminar. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all speakers, moderators, participants, and partners for their valuable contributions and presence. We also thank the organizing and technical committees for their hard work and behind the scenes in making this program possible. We hope that this seminar brings new insights and strengthens collaboration in environmental health globally. I'm Monica Setiawan, your Master of Ceremonies, signing off. Thank you and see you at our next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and have a pleasant day.
Behind the city lights, within the constant rhythm of human activity, lies a hidden threat, small in size, but great in impact: pests. In office buildings, restaurants, hotels, and even urban homes, pests quietly find their way in. Rats crawl through unseen passages, cockroaches hide in drains, mosquitoes breed in tiny puddles, and termites slowly weaken structures from within. They don't choose where to live. As long as the environment allows, pests will always find a way to survive. That's why pest control is an essential part of modern urban life. It's not just about cleanliness, it's about protecting health, comfort, and reputation in every corner of the city. ASFAMI, the Indonesian Pest Control Association, stands at the forefront of this mission. We ensure every pest control practice is professional, safe, and sustainable. Through training, education, and certification, we empower experts and businesses to use modern technology, eco-friendly methods, and uphold ethical standards. We also educate communities to understand that pest management is behind the city lights, within the constant rhythm of human